I know. After 2 years, नोएडा से ये पकड़े गए दिस, और ये सारे के सारा जितना ये चोरी करके ले गए सब निकल आया उनके पास से. That was very surprising.
No, you should. It should not surprise you. It should just tell you that if the police is determined, it can reach the criminals even after 2 years, and not only catch them but recover all these stolen goods. It is a matter of great credit to the police force. तो वो कहते हैं ना हमारी फिल्मों में कि कानून के हाथ बहुत लंबे होते हैं, तो ये उसका एक सबूत है.
My mother was a victim of a purse snatching, and she lost a lot of jewelry which was recovered, and very interestingly in the same way, because those people had seen a film in which somebody grabs a bag, and I don't remember the film. I'm not a Bollywood person. And they did the same thing with my mother, and then after 3 or 4 months, a call came that they did something like this with a judge's mother. So the judge's mother obviously was going to get a better kind of treatment, and then her stuff also came back. I had a daylight robbery in my home. I was delighted. There was no precious thing in my house at all. The police came, they brought dogs and everything else. Everybody in my building was very surprised. But I had done the PhD thesis, editing of one officer in Bhopal, whose wife I rang up, and he sent whoever had to become, and they did what they had to do, and I dropped the case because it was boys in my building. I couldn't afford to ostracize them, and they didn't touch my books. Not one book was touched. So that was the second thing. The other time, I had to contact the Arshad Wali here in Bhopal. Irshad Wali was able to help me because a young woman was subject to very severe domestic violence, and he was not caught, but his father was caught and put in jail. Since then, that marriage is saved, the family is together, and nobody is beating anybody. So the police has been very positive in my life. Of course, I grew up in a little different way, where the police people used to cross the road for us. They didn't stand in the corner talking among themselves and drinking tea or whatever. But remember, they're human. What can they do? We often forget that policemen are human. And when we will forget that they're human, will they remember that we are human? So I really feel that when we read a book like this and we see the process that the police go through to help us to solve cases, and I'm not going to mention the most treacherous and horriblest case there, because I also had a daughter in Delhi at that time, and I do believe that case was solved well, and where we went wrong is through the judiciary taking so long. And I don't think that we can debate here that a juvenile can commit a adult crime and still be protected by juvenile laws. What is your opinion about that?
See, my opinion has to be the opinion of a police officer,
Yes.
who knows that he has to respect the law of the land. And as the law of the land stands today, a juvenile is a juvenile, and we have to deal with him the way our statute books ask us to do. And sure enough, we are duty bound to treat a juvenile differently from an adult. Madam is referring to the Nirbhaya case, about which I have written in a chapter in Khaki Files. And as the subject of today's discussion is the making of Delhi crime, it is on that chapter that series is based. The story is called Night of Shame, which indeed it was. It was the night of shame, the night Nirbhaya was raped, and she was brutalized, and eventually she succumbed to the injuries. It was a night of shame for all of us,
Yes.
police included. And it is just as well that we managed to crack the case in record time. We managed to charge sheet the case in record time. We managed to collect evidence which was unimpeachable, which was collected using the latest techniques in forensic science, and I can proudly say that it took time, but the case ended in conviction, and 4 accused paid for their crime with life. One, of course, committed suicide. The remaining were hanged. And the series Delhi Crime is based on that short story. And there is another story in this book on which the season 2 of Delhi Crime is being made, and that story is called Moon Gazer. And very interestingly and coincidentally, it is about an erstwhile criminal tribe which belongs to Madhya Pradesh, to the district of Guna. Under the British, they were labeled as criminal tribes, but the Criminal Tribe Act was, as you know, it was done away with once we became independent. But unfortunately, despite all the government initiatives, some of them continue to commit very grievous crimes. And so this story is about one such gang which operated in my district and committed a series of very brutal crimes in which they would kill people in their sleep for, without any provocation, and loot them. So that is another story on which a web series is being made, and that will be the season 2 of Delhi Crime.
I want to thank Sir and Rakesh Sir for this very dynamic kind of discussion. I do believe that as public, as citizenry, we have a responsibility to help the police force to understand our role, not to be either indifferent or be a public, a media adalat. We need to be compassionate and we need to be patient. I also would like to now ask the audience if they would like to ask questions from Neeraj Sir, because this is a chance of a lifetime. This is a professional who can tell you the answer, and he has been so absolutely candid in his book. Sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Mohammed Anzir. I am also an author. I've written 4 and published 4 books. My question is open to everybody on the dais. It is that we have seen a trend in recent years especially that there has been a targeted effort to target minorities and Dalits. And the police is also playing a part in it. And the ruling, in a way, they have become an extension of the ruling dispensation and to, forward their agenda. My question to all is open to all of you is, how do you think you can limit them in the police? And is it even possible to limit that as a police? And what other things we as a public can do so that these things don't happen? Thank you.
I have served in Arunachal. I have served in Mizoram. And so I have dealt with, people belonging to tribes. In Delhi Police also, occasionally we come across people who perhaps belong to the Dalit community. But coming from a metropolitan police largely, I have spent most of my tenure in Delhi Police and the Central Bureau of Investigation. Believe me, I have never ever wanted to know which community an accused belongs to. Never, not even once. And when this question was posed to me, it hit me like a hammer that have I ever in my career dealt with an accused as somebody different. An accused is an accused, a criminal is a criminal. He can be from any community. He has to be treated the same way. Maybe in the interiors of our country, maybe in Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Bihar, other places, maybe even the southern states, if there is a station house officer who belongs to forward caste or an upper caste, he's dealing with an accused of a lower caste, he treats him or her differently. But he's not supposed to. If he does, he is liable for the severest punishment. So,
Yes, there is
please
some...
believe me, when we look at a criminal, for us, many a time you will find that when there are 4 or 5 co-accused in a case, you'll find that one belongs to a minority, one is a Brahmin, third is a Dalit, fourth is, from some other minority. So they're all treated equally. Now, if you ask me whether the 5 accused in the Nirbhaya case, which community they belong to, frankly, I don't know. I don't know whether any one of them was a Dalit or not. So, if it happens in the interiors of India, if it is a reality, I'm sorry, I do not have first-hand experience to answer your question. But as far as I'm concerned, and as far as most metropolitan cities are concerned, everybody is to be treated equally, and the same applies to the police. When you are looking at the police, don't look at him as a Muslim police officer or as a Hindu police officer, as a Christian police officer. It's just like in the army, when you're fighting, say, the Pakistani or the Chinese, do you look at each other's religion? The thing is that you have to fight for your country, you have to save your own life, and you have to get the other man. So it doesn't happen usually. But if it happens, it is reprehensible, it is condemnable, and it has to be dealt with very seriously.
I think there is some amount of media mischief also in identifying so-and-so is so-and-so. And media mischief is something that neither the police can control and neither the public can control, and perhaps media is playing to the balcony or not playing to the balcony. I have no opinion. I have nothing to do with the media at all. And I work in books, so I don't work in the raddi that goes the next day for the pile of raddi. And I do accept that we need news, and I am avidly interested in news, but there is some kind of media mischief also. Okay. And with that, I think Siddharth has something to say.
We can have one more question.
I am Professor Radhakrishnan. In your talk, you said that the systemic changes are taking place somewhere, but how far this ICT, this information and communication technology, is going to change the system of entire policing right from cradle to grave?
Your question is that how is information technology going to change policing? Is that your question? Oh, it is going to change the policing system and the entire criminal justice system dramatically, drastically, and radically. Already you must have heard that today the FIRs, when you go and lodge a FIR, nobody writes down your complaint. Everything is typed. It goes into the crime and criminal network system, CCTNS, and it is a countrywide integrated system. The courts are connected with it, the prosecution is connected with it. Maybe there are still some shortfalls, maybe this process is still not complete, but in the future, the courts, the prosecution, the jails, the police, they are all going to be on the same platform. That is one. The second most important thing is that every patrol car will be connected with the central control room. Every patrol car will have details of crime, criminals, stolen vehicles, missing children. Everything will be there with the so a driver or a police officer in a police control room, if he spots a child who's alone, he can check whether that child is wanted somewhere, he has been lost or reported missing, and so on and so forth. Stolen property, stolen vehicles, everything is going to be integrated. Now in Delhi, for instance, we have already introduced what is called e-patrolling. A beat patrolman has everything on a iPad, small iPad, everything connected with his beat is there on, all data is on that, and whatever he observes during a patrolling, he feeds into that and it goes into the central database. These are beginnings. It will take some time, but I see a very bright future. Actually, there is no escape from incorporating and taking advantage of technology in policing and in the criminal justice system.
Thank you so much, Neeraj ji, Rakesh ji, and Kanish ji.
Hello.
Since we are running out of time,
Just one last question, please, Siddharth. Just one last question. Hello, sir. This side, in the center. Center. Here. Yes, sir. सबसे पहले सर भोपाल झीलों की नगरी में आपका स्वागत है. मेरा नाम शुभांगिनी दुबे है. मैं एक जर्नलिस्ट हूँ, दैनिक भास्कर में कार्यरत हूँ. अभी मैम ने मीडिया के बारे में कहा कि मीडिया का रोल एज अ जर्नलिस्ट, ऑल्दो आई एम नॉट अ क्राइम रिपोर्टर, बट मीडिया जो पुलिस है और पब्लिक है उसमें एक मीडिएटर का रोल करता है. देश में जितने भी क्राइम्स होते हैं उसमें जनता को जो खबर पता चलती है उसका मीडिएटर मीडिया होता है, राइट?
अगर आप खड़ी हो जाएं तो
सर मैं आई एम इन सेंटर, प्लीज लुक दिस कैमरा हियर. ओके,
behind the camera.
okay, now I am right in front of you. Okay, sir. So here, so the thing is कि मीडिया exactly वो चीज़ शायद नहीं लेकर आ पाता है, और आपका इतने साल का अनुभव है, तो मीडिया को आप क्या ऐसी एडवाइस देना चाहेंगे या क्या exactly कारण है कि जनता तक वो एग्जैक्ट केस नहीं पहुंच पाता जो जनता को पता चलना चाहिए? क्राइम रिपोर्टर की इसमें क्या एक स्पेशलाइजेशन होना चाहिए या उसकी क्या जिम्मेदारियां होनी चाहिए कि एग्जैक्टली पुलिस और जनता के बीच में वो रिलेशन बने जो समाज को वो आईना दिखाएं जो रियलिटी है?
Thank you so much for
दैट्स
the
माय
question.
क्वेश्चन.
ये बहुत लंबा विषय है, मेरा ख्याल है आपसे अलग से बात करनी पड़ेगी. लेकिन संक्षेप में मैं इतना ही कहना चाहूँगा कि देखिए, मीडिया की अपने कंपल्शंस होते हैं. आपको अपने टीआरपी और जो आपको आपके एडिटर या आपका जो मैनेजमेंट कहता है, कई दफ़ा उस तरह की चीज़ लिखनी पड़ती है. मेरे साथ कई दफ़ा हुआ है कि जो रिपोर्टर कोई बीट कर रहा है वो आके कहता है कि सर मुझे पता है कि इसमें पुलिस की गलती नहीं है या इसमें ऐसा नहीं, ऐसा हुआ था, लेकिन मैं क्या करूं, मेरा एडिटर कह रहा है कि ऐसे लिखो, मुझे माफ़ कर दीजिए सर, इत्यादि इत्यादि. और कई दफ़ा पुलिस भी जो है, पुलिस की भी का भी दोष होता है कि वो खुल के बात नहीं करती, पारदर्शिता नहीं होती है, इत्यादि इत्यादि. तो जब तक ये जो खाई है मीडिया और पुलिस के बीच की वो नहीं भरी जाएगी, तब तक जो रिपोर्टिंग जैसी होनी चाहिए वैसी रिपोर्टिंग नहीं होगी. तो दोनों तरफ कठिनाइयां हैं, दोनों तरफ मजबूरियां हैं, लेकिन by and large compared to some of the other places, I think we are doing fine. We could be doing much better, and inshallah we will do better.
some great insights by the former Commissioner of Delhi Police. Thank you so much, Neeraj ji. And now I would like to invite the Director of Bhopal Literature and Art Festival, Raghav Chandra sir, on stage, and I would request him to felicitate our author and the discussant for this extremely insightful session. The painting is the official mascot of the Bhopal Literature and Art Festival. It's a painting based on tribal art which has been made by Padma Shri Bhuri Bai ji. There it is, the beautiful painting. A symbol of love, respect and gratitude on behalf of the Bhopal Literature and Art Festival. And a mug to go along for our discussant Kaniz Zahra Razavi ji for carrying out such a discussion in such a beautiful manner. Thank you so much, Neeraj ji and Kaniz ji.
Now a quick quiz question for the audience. Rakesh Agrawal साहब रह गए.
Thank you, Rakesh ji, for being a wonderful discussant.
So before the next session, quick quiz question. Vande Matram is part of a literary work written by Bankim Chandra Chatterjee, the famous writer. What is the name of that literary work? Anand Mat. किसने आंसर किया? नाम बताइए अपना.
Premanshu.
किताब मिलेगी पुरस्कार में.
Premanshu Singh gets the Bhopal Nama by Vartul Singh. Right. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Yes, it is all. Thank you so much, dear ladies and gentlemen, for that esteemed session. Moving on, let us move on to the fifth session. The title of this session is Putting Back Broken Pieces, written by Anukriti Upadhyay ji, and she'll be in conversation with Dr. Seema Rai Zada ji. मैं चाहूँगा हम इन दोनों हस्तियों का स्वागत करें मंच पे जोरदार तालियों के साथ. Anukriti Upadhyay ji in conversation with Dr. Seema Rai Zada ji. I would request all of you to be seated. आराम से बैठे रहें. We have Anukriti ji with us. Yes, we have, and we also have Dr. Seema Rai Zada with us. मैं चाहूँगा मंच पे वो आए और हम तालियों से ही उनका स्वागत करें. Anukriti ji has a postgraduate degree in management and literature and a graduate degree in law. She writes fiction and poetry in both English and Hindi. Her writings have appeared in Scroll.in, Kitab.sg, the Bombay Review and the Bangalore Review, the Bilingual Window and several other Hindi publications. She has worked for global investment banks, UBS, and in senior positions, and now works with the Wildlife Conservation Trust. Her book, Putting Back the Broken Pieces Together, talks about how everything happens for a reason. It's your choice on how to make things work for you. As the discussant for this esteemed session, we are elated to have Dr. Seema Rai Zada. She's a professor of English at Maharani Lakshmibai College, Bhopal. She's a Shakespeare scholar who has her PhD and DLED degrees on the works of the Bard and has also authored a book titled as Double Vision of Shakespeare. She's the founder of Club Literati. Club Literati was recently rated as one of the best 5 reading clubs of India. She also initiated the Shakespeare Festival in 2013 and has directed several performances at Bharat Bhavan at Tribal Museum over past few years. I would request the ladies to please unveil the conversation.
Thanks, Siddharth. Welcome to BLF, Anukriti. It's an absolute delight to be meeting you for the first time. So I understand, audience, it's going to be a very, very lively and enlightening session. And Anukriti is visiting Bhopal. This is her 3rd visit to Bhopal. And she is simply fascinated by the people and the city. So Anukriti, going by what you have brought to us today, it's a very simple thing that I'm going to do by just going back to the, the kind of creative process that a writer goes through. So a lawyer by profession, then with the global investment banks, you have worked with a couple of global investment banks. You are a wildlife enthusiast, and then you have a doctorate in literature. Now as the cliche goes, wearing so many, a woman of substance, I would like to call her, wearing so many hats. And then coming to writing. Now, what made this happen? And would you please tell us about your foray into writing, something about your creative journey?
Sure. First of all, thank you so much for those warm, kind words. I think all of us as women, we play many roles. We have too many balls all the time in there. So it is something that is just a gender training. I don't think I'm special. I'm honored to be in Bhopal. This is a fascinating city. We had a very short a heritage walk around the old area of Bhopal, and we were just taken in, so we'll be visiting again for sure. To your question, Simaji, I think like most of us who were trained into reading or were avid readers, grew up in a household full of books, we had a natural inclination towards, writing, towards words, if I may put it so. My father taught at the university, he taught literature, and I had books for toys for as long as all my early memories are associated with books. So I think I began writing poetry or making up poetry as a very little child. My mother tells me I have no memory, but my mother, who's here and is extremely proud of me, so please excuse if somebody there keeps clapping. So she says that I was writing poetry when I was probably 4 or 5, just barely literate. It must have been really bad poetry, but she loved it. And she always encouraged my love for words. So in large parts, my writing was because my parents loved books. Then I moved from poetry to prose, from writing largely in Hindi to now bilingually in Hindi and English. Through a transition process, I think most of us were schooled in English. And because of professional exigencies, because of the environments we worked in and had to prove ourselves in, English became almost the first language of conversation.
But you have, Anukriti, you have written 4 novels, put together in Hindi and English, and 1 collection of short stories. And your 3 novels, you call them novellas, all of them, or just 2 of them are called novellas?
They are just novels in shorter length.
So, right. So one is was Bhauri, then Dora,
Yes.
and then you have Nina Auntie. It's a very exciting title. We'll be talking about that. And then you have a collection of short stories in Hindi, Japani Sarai, and of course the book that would be discussed here, Kintsugi. Now, having written these many short novels, novellas, and collection of short stories, both in Hindi as well as English. And as I can make out from the titles, Dora, Bhauri, and of course, knowing about them also, they are set in Rajasthan. So, Rajasthan finds a special place in your writings. And as one can see, although Kintsugi is a novel which has several locations, but what is the connect with Rajasthan?
I was born and brought up in Rajasthan. I owe a lot of my sensibility, whether it's artistic or towards folklore or folk art. Just the beauty of desert shaped it. So that's my connection.
Yeah, because when it comes to Rajasthan, there is so much of tangible and intangible heritage, both. I mean, if you look at the tangible, you have the forts, you have the palaces, you have the deserts. When you talk of intangible assets, you have the folklore, legends. So, looking at the people then, looking at the people of Rajasthan, what comes to our mind is something, they are very simple, away from complexity most of the time. Now, what I find in this book of yours is a little, some kind of complexity in terms of people, in terms of places, in terms of relationships. Now, how did you manage to, you have lived in Rajasthan, you have seen people of Rajasthan, interacted with them. And the beauty of this book is the narrow lanes of Jaipur, the Johari Bazaar, the kind of very minute details that Anukriti has put into the portraying of the people who do the work of, jewelry in Johari Bazaar, their families, the way they stay, the buildings, the pink all over. Now, this finds a big place in this book, Kintsugi. Yet the title of the book is Japanese. It takes its name from a Japanese, practice. Now, please, how would you connect the two? Or how did you, to begin with, when you start writing the novel, how did you put the two things together, Japan and Jaipur, two places together?
It was not really intentional. The writing of Kintsugi began in Hakone, which is a small hot spring in Japan. It is extremely beautiful, and it is a sensory experience because Hakone is in mountains, and even May, June, months of summer are pretty cool there. And then there is a hot spring. The water comes out of the heart of the earth. It carries all the minerals that Is it okay? now?
Check.
So, with everything that Hakone
Sure.
presented to the senses, the first story or the first part of Kintsugi emerged, the story of the love between Meena and Yuri. After that, without my volition, the story moved to Jaipur by itself. It's in the writing process, as a writer and a teacher of literature, you know how stories just acquire life of their own. You start writing something and then the story runs away. You know, there's a very famous couplet by Mirza Ghalib, which I keep quoting. आते हैं गैब से मज़ामी ख़याल में गालिब सरीर खामा नवाए सरोश है, which roughly translated means, या हिंदी में बोलती हूँ, ये जो जिन मुद्दों पर या जिन चीज़ों पर कहानियाँ लिखी जाती हैं वो पता नहीं कहाँ से, गैब से, एकदम किसी विचित्र दूसरी दुनिया से आते हैं उनके विचार, और उनको जो कागज़ पे कलम चलती है उसकी एक ध्वनि होती है, ख़ास एक खसखस की एक आवाज़ होती है जब आप लिखते हैं, तो वो एक बहुत अनुभवजन्य आवाज़ है जिसको आप जब लिखते हैं तभी महसूस कर पाते हैं. तो वो एक तरह का संगीत है जिस पर तैरते हुए ये मजबून, ये कहानियाँ आती हैं. So I think these stories were somewhere in the universe. They are definitely not from my experience. They are just stories plucked out of the universe, like ripe fruit.
Yeah. So अभी आपने जैसे मेंशन किया, तो मेरा प्रश्न भी ये होने वाला था अगला, क्योंकि आप दोनों हिंदी और इंग्लिश में लिखती हैं, तो मैं आपसे पूछने वाली थी ये, और अब पूछ रही हूँ कि आप जब आपके कोई ख्याल आता है या कोई एहसास आपको आता है, तो वो जब आप पेपर में कुछ लिखने वाली होती हैं तो वो किस भाषा में आता है? और क्योंकि आपने हिंदी में उतना ही अच्छा लिखा है, और जिस सलीके से और जिस सिलेक्शन से आपने अभी यहाँ कुछ लाइंस बताई, तो उसमें मुझे लगता है कि एक राइटर का लैंग्वेज से बहुत गहरा रिश्ता होता है, और वो रिश्ता एक एक शब्द जो लिखा गया होता है उसमें झलकता है. तो यही मेरा एक प्रश्न आपसे पूछने का शुरू से ही मन था कि वो भाषा, जैसे आप कुछ लिखने बैठी तो पहला शब्द या पहली लाइन आपने जो लिखी वो आप किस में लिखना चाहेंगे, हिंदी में या इंग्लिश में?
ये बहुत दिलचस्प प्रश्न है. लिखना मैं किस में चाहूँगी ये एक और है. रचना प्रक्रिया में वो किस भाषा में उपजता है वो महत्वपूर्ण है. भले ही मैं हिंदी अंग्रेज़ी किसी एक भाषा में लिखना चाहूँ, लेकिन कहानी किसी दूसरी भाषा में उपजी. जैसा आपने कहा दौरा और भौरी, वो दोनों एकदम राजस्थान की गांव ढाणी, वहाँ रेत के धोरों के बीच जो बंजारों का, जो घुमक्कड़ जातियों का जीवन है उससे बहुत जुड़ी हुई है. इनफैक्ट दौरा में एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर है और पूरी कहानी एक तरह की उसको एक तरह की रहस्य गाथा
सुपरनैचुरल
मिला जुला, और भौरी एक गडोलिया लोहार जाति की लड़की की कहानी है. तो वो कहानियाँ अंग्रेज़ी में क्यों जी, इसका मेरे पास कोई उत्तर नहीं, लेकिन शायद गद्य की भाषा काम के चलते जिस दुनिया में हम लोग बहुत से कारणों से रहते हैं, उसके चलते गद्य की भाषा बहुत हद तक अंग्रेज़ी हो गई। और हिंदी में जब कहानियाँ लिखी तो किसी के सुझाव पर लिखी, प्रकाशक ने कहा हिंदी में कहानियाँ लिखिए, गद्य समृद्ध होना चाहिए हिंदी का, तो वो कहानियाँ लिखी गई। लेकिन अगर पूछा जाए कौन सी भाषा में ज़्यादा लिखना चाहूँगी, मैं हिंदी में लिखना चाहूँगी। अगर आप मुझे अनुमति दें तो एक बहुत छोटा 5-6 पंक्तियाँ
जरूर जरूर।
अपनी भाषा।
फिर हम आज के जो हमारा को एक टाइटल दिया गया है इस सेशन के लिए, उस पर हम तुरंत आते हैं।
ठीक है, तो ये बहुत 4 पंक्तियाँ हैं। मेरी भाषा इस कविता का नाम है, एक लंबी कविता है लेकिन इसकी 4 पंक्तियाँ हैं। मेरी भाषा, मेरी गुदड़ी की लाल, मेरी मिट्टी का ढेल, मेरी लकड़ी नून तेल, मेरा घर छप्पर छावनी, सिराहना पैताना, पोतड़े चुनरी कफन, मेरी दुखती रग मेरी भाषा। मैं तुम्हारी सौंधी सांवली छाह में बैठ लोहे के चने चावना चाहती हूँ, तुम्हें अपनी कंटीली कमज़ोर बाहों में भर झकझोर देना चाहती हूँ मेरी भाषा। मैं तुम्हें जागना चाहती हूँ।
That's so beautiful, बहुत ही सुंदर, बहुत ही सुंदर। एक इसी से जुड़ी हुई बात कह के मैं आगे बढ़ूंगी, राधा पूछ के, कि जब हम आप दोनों भाषा में लिखती हैं तो क्या आपकी भाषा का चुनाव आपके चरित्र, किताबों में जो चरित्र होते हैं उनका भी चुनाव का एक कारण बनता है? Would you like to choose, I mean, if it comes to, creating characters, so would your characters be different? The language, the medium would decide the characters, who your character is going to be in the novel?
It's a challenging question to answer, because writing in many ways is an organic process. Things appear in a crystallized form, but there is a process going on. So if I, sometimes I try to craft a character and then I fail because the character chooses actually the language. The character has a language and it speaks in that language. He or she speaks in that language. If I force a choice, I feel it often fails. Yet, I also feel that every time I write in English, I can exercise a restraint, a sort of detachment, a removal, is more easy. And I would like to hear your thoughts on that, in your position as a teacher of literature.
In fact, जो हमारे मैं जो हिंदी में चरित्र पढ़े हैं, जो कैरेक्टर्स होते हैं हिंदी के वर्क्स में, फिक्शन में या प्लेज में, और जो हम इंग्लिश के उसमें पढ़ते हैं, वेस्टर्न लिटरेचर, सो देयर इज, मुझे सेंसिबिलिटीज़ बहुत अलग दिखती हैं। पर आज के, क्योंकि जो हम लोगों का एक ट्रेंड है, हम लोग अडेप्टेशंस में बहुत जा रहे हैं, और जैसे कि आप लोग सब उस चीज़ से, और अनुकृति आप भी उससे सहमत होंगे, कि बहुत क्लासिक टेक्स्ट, कोई भी वेस्टर्न लिटरेचर का टेक्स्ट आप उठा के देखिए, उसको आप दूसरी भाषा में किया है, तो अगर हमने उसको सेम सेटिंग में उतारा है तो वो हमें शायद उतना अपील नहीं करेगा। पर अगर हम उसकी जो भाषा की जो सेटिंग है, जो नेशन का है, जैसे एक एग्जांपल मैं आपको हैमलेट का ही दूंगी। हैमलेट इज़ अ प्रिंस ऑफ डेनमार्क, बट विशाल भारद्वाज ने हैदर में जो कैरेक्टर किया है, जो उसको कश्मीर में सेटिंग दी है, दैट्स सो कन्विंसिंग। सो वो ये बात तो ज़रूर है कि वो एक सेंसिबिलिटीज़ जो होती हैं कैरेक्टर्स की, वो बहुत मायने रखती हैं उस भाषा को। आई थिंक दे बोथ they complement each other. Well, so coming to the title of the book. Now the title also given to this session, Putting Back Broken Pieces. And the title of the book, Kintsugi, which of course is it comes, I can just go to the page where it is mentioned. It is like, it's straight away related to the cover of the book. You can see a bowl here. It's a little broken. And how is it mended? इसको जोड़ा कैसे गया है? इसको जोड़ा गया है, क्ले के बोल को जोड़ा गया है गोल्ड से, right? Now this is a very intriguing, very interesting aspect of the whole book itself. How a broken thing is mended. A broken के बहुत मायने होते हैं, कहाँ चीज़ ब्रेक करती है. रिश्ते ब्रेक करते हैं. There is a, कुछ आपके anything like this gets broken, breakable जो चीज़ होती है, तो वो बहुत खूबसूरती से किंसुकी में इस किताब में बताया गया है. Now I'll just read that single line from here. There are characters, and just to give you a very, very brief outline of the book. The book is divided into 6 parts with 6 different characters, and 3 women, 3 men, right? They're titled, beautifully titled. And yes, I mean, past and present, all combined, mutually, they are shuffled. And there are characters where this particular idea of mending occurs. There are these characters. One is a small girl, and the other, of course, a Japanese girl. And the Japanese girl who is learning the art of jewelers in the craft of a jeweler in Jaipur. She shows to the little girl this picture, and she says, that night Leela lingered in Haruko's room. Leela is a small girl. Her eyes abstracted. Gigi, what is this? She asked, pointing at the picture of a terracotta colored bowl, deep and shaped like a cupped palm. The bowl had uneven golden lines running all over it. Haruko, she's the Japanese girl who has come to Jaipur to learn the work of a sonar. She says, that's a broken clay bowl mended with gold. Leela's eyes widened. Isn't it beautiful? I had tried my hand at the art of kintsugi in a ceramic class one semester. And that is how, I think that is the only time when there is this reference to this term kintsugi. So Anukriti, the broken, why so much is broken in the book? And how, of course, they are mended. But then what do you have to say about this very core issue in the book?
About breakages.
Yes.
I think you outlined the essence very beautifully when you said breakable things break. Everything, our human existence is full of fragile things. The things which we hold most dear, our relationships, our homes, the objects we collect during our life, the tenderness we feel towards our children. Everything is so fragile. It's always threatened. If you take a step back and think of the things that can go wrong, it is a wonder that we still survive as a race, we still survive as people, we still survive as families, as loving human beings. I think we survive because some breakage is allowable. If things don't break, they will not renew. If things don't break, we will not put effort in creating new things. Perhaps that was at the core of kintsugi, the fact that it's okay for relationships to break, for people to be damaged, for things not to go according to plans, for the salamander to be eaten by the monitor lizard.
Absolutely, that's a beautiful...
It is all permissible.
Yes. So, and that's a very interesting, I mean, it kind of, it might sound as a contradiction, but clay, which is a very, inexpensive, common element, and that is mended by something expensive. So there's this contrast is also very exciting. But yes, there has to be an intention of mending things. There has to be someone who believes in mending things. Right. So thanks. And I mean, moving on to Japan. Now this place, this book is set in Jaipur as well as and some locations, some locales in Japan. Now, what is that? I asked you about your Rajasthan Connect. Now I ask you about your Japan Connect. And so beautifully you have described, I mean, descriptions which, talk about the beauty of, the natural beauty of Japan, the people of Japan, the customs, their garments, the kind of food, the restaurants, and the entire, a belief system. So that's very exciting. So tell us something about your Japan Connect and how have you brought, forth, connected the two together?
Japan came to me through my better half, my husband, who's also in the audience there, supporting his wife always. He works for a Japanese investment bank. And the first time I went to Japan, I was just blown away. It's such a trite term, but there is no other way to describe it. The beauty, the sheer beauty, the contradictions of modern Japan and the ancient Japan, existing cheek by jowl. So there is the Meiji Shrine, which is an old place of Shinto worship. And just outside the Meiji Shrine is Omate Sando, a place where teenagers dress like anime characters. अजीब विचित्र रंगों में बाल उनके रंगे हुए, चमकती हुई फॉइल के कपड़े पहने हुए हैं और जाने वो दूसरे किसी नक्षत्र से आए हैं या हमारी कल्पना से उपजे हैं. All I could do was just stare at them because they were so fascinating. And they were sitting against the old wall of the Meiji Shrine. Just the challenges it offered to every kind of thought process. Constant challenges. There are tiered roads. And then there is an unkempt jungle path. Seemingly unkempt. Actually, every stone on that path has been strategically placed.
Would you like to read something from that? Telling us a little about the Japan part of it?
Sure. Yeah. Would you guys like to hear a bit of kintsugi from Japan?
Yeah, maybe we have the same page now.
I don't know. Do you want me to read from here? This was the part
66? 67?
Yeah, 68.
Oh,
okay, 67?
Yeah, we just, I'm just wondering at the choice. I also highlighted the same here.
Yeah, we didn't plan this. That was just sprung, but it just happens that.
Absolutely. I have the same page number.
Mm-hmm. That's very interesting. So I'll read this one passage. This is from the part of Kintsugi where there is an Indian girl from Jaipur. Her name is Meena. She's on a fellowship to Japan, and she's doing some research. And she meets a Japanese girl. Her name is Yuri. And Yuri sort of introduces her, breaks Meena's isolation because an Indian in Japan is a very homogeneous, very close culture, very old, very protective about itself. So to be from another country in a place like that can be quite isolating. And then she happens to meet Yuri, who breaks that isolation. So I'm just reading one paragraph from that part. One weekend, we rode the Marunouchi and Hanzomon lines to Senya-sama's shrine in Asakusa district. These are all places in Tokyo, in the heart of the old Asakusa district in Tokyo, populated by old theaters and geishas and sumo wrestling places. The stone torii gate of the temple and its facade, painted a vivid vermilion in the Shinto tradition and glowing like a beacon in the noonday sun, was visible as soon as we turned into the historic district. The narrow streets leading to the temple were lined on both sides with shops selling sweets and souvenirs. Crowds of tourists and devotees milled around, and the smell of incense wafted everywhere. To me, the whole effect was not unlike an Indian temple town, only cleaner and far more orderly. The temple compound was large, and despite the crowds, a place of peace. I followed Yuri's lead and poured water from a long-stemmed wooden ladle over my hands. We stood before the idol-less sanctum in silence, our heads bowed. Candles flickered in the dim interior. The high altar was flanked by vases filled with chrysanthemums, and the bells hanging from the ceiling at the entrance were muffled with red cloth looped into graceful folds. The only sounds were those of coins dropping into the wooden offering box and people softly clapping their hands twice as they bent from the waist in obeisance.
Lovely. So that's how she describes, and this is one of the, several points in the novel where you get to know the real essence of the life in Japan and the beauty of it. Well, Anukriti, I think it's time for the audience to pose some questions to you.
Anyone who has a question can go ahead and raise your hand.
This book is about a very small girl, then girls, women who are young, of the marriageable age, then women who are quite independent, living in another country, men who fall in love with women of different countries, and they all go separate, they go their ways, and they come back together. So anything that excites you about these issues that are there in the book, you're welcome to ask the author.
Yes, the gentleman at the back, please pass on the mic to him.
हेलो मैम, पुटिंग बैक ब्रोकन पीसेस, ये टाइटल आपके लिए क्या मीन करता है? मतलब आपने ये क्यों रखा है, या फिर आप खुद इससे कैसे रिलेट करती हैं?
टाइटल तो मेरे ख्याल से BLF ने चुना, लेकिन किताब के लिए एकदम सटीक है, क्योंकि किताब टूटे हुए टुकड़ों को जोड़ने के विषय में ही है. कैसे जहाँ जहाँ भी चोट लगी है या दबाव पड़ा है या किसी कारण से विच्छेद हुए हैं, उन जगहों को की कैसे मरम्मत की जाए, कैसे खुद को दोबारा जोड़ा जाए.
So actually the women there portrayed, they emerge as a stronger lot. I would like to add to this. और जो ज़िंदगी में जितने भी breakages होते हैं, उनको बहुत अच्छे से समेटा गया है. But then they have their own complexities. It's not as simple. And a book, and I would like to add in Anukriti, and this is what I noticed. बहुत एक simple से एक narration के साथ उसकी complexity बढ़ती है. So this is what I like about the book also. Any other question? I think we can take one more question.
Yes. जो सवाल पूछे खुद को इंट्रोड्यूस भी करें.
मैम, मैं अभिषेक सिंह हूँ. मैं पूछना चाहता हूँ कि जो ये जोड़ने का प्रतीक चुना है कि मिट्टी का पात्र है, उसे सोने से जोड़ा है, तो इस प्रतीक का क्या निहितार्थ है, क्या कहता है प्रतीक?
मिट्टी एक सर्वव्यापी एलिमेंट है, हर जगह है. हम कभी ने कहा मिट्टी का एक कुम्हार से तू क्या रूंदे मोए, तो जो मिट्टी है वो बहुत शक्तिशाली है, लेकिन और वो हर जगह है. जो चीज़ मिट्टी की बनी है वो बोलता है तो टूट कर मिट्टी हो गई, लेकिन वो वाकई टूट के मिट्टी नहीं होती है. मिट्टी की शक्ति हर चीज़ में है. उसका पात्र बन गया, अगर वो टूट गया तो दूसरा पात्र बन जाएगा. लेकिन जो आधुनिक संदर्भ है उसमें टूटी चीज़ों को जोड़ना, कंजर्वेशन, उनको वापस उनको पुनर्नवा करना, रिवाइव करना, उस संदर्भ से कहानी में मानवीय रिश्तों के जुड़ाव, अलगाव, उनके विषय में बात की गई है.
And one more thing before we come to the end. Let me congratulate Anukriti, I should have done that before, on getting a prize for this cover. There is, the Oxford Prize that the book won for this cover, right? And of course, she's the winner of the Sushila Devi Award. And congratulations for both, Anukriti.
Thank you very much. You've been so kind, and thank you. I really appreciate your warm words.
If there is a quick question, we can go ahead with it. Yes. Please pass on the mic to gentleman. And last question, please be precise.
Hello. Madam, my name is Rajesh Kumar Dubey. I would like to ask you a question about relationship. When the relationship between the people of different country comes, initially only love is predominant, but later on their own personality, their ego, their cultural value clashes. So how to overcome that type of situation, or they go back to their original roots? What is your opinion on that, madam?
So, I mean, I can only offer a personal opinion because the writers have no opinion, we just tell stories. I completely agree with you. Different cultures coming together is very challenging. But then everything is challenging. We originated in the forest. We are living in these cities. That's challenging. We lived through the pandemic times, very challenging. We are speaking in a language which is not our own. It's a learned language. That's challenging. We do challenging things because it enriches life.
But then the expressions of the people they try to go back to the original root, that may again change diversity. How do you solve that problem?
I think that depends on the people. Everybody is so unique. Every relationship is so unique. There is not one simple formula for everything.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Anukriti ji and Seema ji. मैं चाहूँगा जोरदार तालियों से हम इस बेहतरीन सेशन का अभिनंदन करें. And I would now like to invite the director of the Bhopal Literature and Art Festival, Raghav Chandra ji, to please come forward and felicitate our author and the discussant for this session. Anukriti ji, and a mug to go along for our discussant. Thank you so much, Seema ji, for carrying out a beautiful discussion. And now I'll be handing over the stage and the mic to the director of the Bhopal Literature and Art Festival. Certainly an inspirational figure for many, Raghav Chandra sir, to carry forward with the next session, which is surely going to be an interesting one. It's a virtual session, and Raghav sir will enlighten us about the further session, the next session.
Hello.
मुझे अनम्यूट करना है, उसमें बोल दूं? Are you able to hear me at the other end, Eliza Jean Reed? Just give us a few.
No problem.
Oh, lovely. We can hear you loud and clear. And mute करना है? So, welcome to the Bhopal Literature Festival, Eliza John Reed. And as you can see, we're in the midst of the festival, and I hope you can hear me and yes, I'm delighted here to be talking to an author and a traveler who is the first lady of one of the most exquisite countries in the world. Iceland is a country that has been rated by the World Economic Forum as the most gender equal country in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, please give her a big hand. और मैं ये बताना चाहता हूं कि ये 12वीं बार उनको इसलिए इनके देश को अवार्ड मिला है क्योंकि पुरुषों और महिलाओं के बीच में समानता इन्होंने हासिल की है. विश्व में नंबर 1 देश हैं ये. So it's really amazing. I would like to introduce Eliza Jean Reed, author and author and speaker at the outset, who is one of the most distinguished. Mera phone le aiye, mera phone. And she is not just an author, she is a visionary. She is the founder of the Iceland Writers Retreat. She grew up on a small hobby farm, as they say, in Ottawa in Canada, and moved to Iceland in 2003, 5 years after winning a student raffle for a date with a man who was going to be her husband, Gudni Johansson. When he took office as President of Iceland in August 2016, she became the country's first lady, and in that capacity, she has been extremely active in promoting gender equality, entrepreneurship and innovation, tourism and sustainability, and the country's writers and rich literary heritage she is supporting. Eliza has been candid about the role of the First Lady, which is an unofficial position with no job description, penning a lauded op-ed in the New York Times and delivering a TEDx talk on the topic. Her first book, Secrets of the Sprekar, Iceland's Extraordinary Women and How They Are Changing the World, was published to critical acclaim in February 2022. I welcome her here, the First Lady of Iceland. Please give her a big hand. Thank you very much for accepting our greetings. Madam, I would like to know from you, and you have briefly explained what the Sprekar are, but for everyone's understanding, what is it so extraordinary about them that you refer to them as secrets of the Sprekar? Why is it, why did the word secret have to be used, and what makes them so extraordinary? Please speak in English. I will translate into Hindi wherever I feel it's necessary.
Of course. Thank you very much. And before I answer your question, thank you very much for inviting me to take part in the festival. It's a real honor for me, and the first time that I've been taking part here. Can you hear me all right from where you are?
Yes.
Is it okay? Great. So yes, Secrets of the Sprekar is the title, and it's a bit of alliteration in the name, really, to use two words that begin with an S. Not an English word. It's a very strange word or unusual word that means outstanding or extraordinary women. So by using this word extraordinary in the subtitle, I'm referring back to the meaning. And I guess you have to read the book to find out really all of the secrets of the Sprekar. But the book is comprised of interviews with almost 40 different Sprekar, or extraordinary women in Iceland, to talk about how it is for them as women in the world's best country for women. But I think without wanting to give away too much, I would say that maybe one of the ideas behind these secrets is the fact that I tried to interview women who weren't necessarily the most famous or the first women to do something, but really more regular women living their lives, because I thought that might be of more relevance to people reading the book around the world, that they could get more inspiration from that because they could relate more to people who had had similar experiences to them.
मैं आप लोगों को बताना चाहता हूं कि उन्होंने उन औरतों के बारे में ये किताब लिखी है जिसकी वजह से उनका देश वर्ल्ड में नंबर 1 महिलाओं के लिए सबसे सुखद देश माना जाता है आइसलैंड. उनकी उन्होंने चित्रांकन किया है, उनके विषय में उन्होंने पूरी डिटेल में बताया है. Madam, we are in the midst of a literature festival, and I would like to mention for the benefit of the audience here what you have written, that in Iceland there is a belief that blind is the bookless man, And I'm very happy indeed, gratified to hear from you that in Iceland, everybody walks with a book in their belly. किताबों का आइसलैंड में बहुत शौक है, हर कोई किताब अपने पेट में रखकर चलता है. That Reykjavik जो कैपिटल है, this deserves a big clap. कि Reykjavik जो है वो यूनेस्को सिटी हमारे पास, we have in Bhopal, about 1 hour away, we have 2 UNESCO heritage sites dating to prehistoric times and about the turn of the first millennia. But Reykjavik, as you have mentioned, is a UNESCO city of literature. वो साहित्य और किताबों का यूनेस्को सिटी है, तो आप इमेजिन कर सकते हैं कि किताबों का कितना शौक है उस देश को. एंड क्रिसमस में जब प्रेजेंट्स बांटे जाते हैं तो किताबों के प्रेजेंट्स बांटे जाते हैं. एंड दैट the country and the houses are flooded with books, that even bathtubs have books, and that houses of writers get converted into book museums. And we have some publishers sitting here, they are really admiring this. And this is absolutely extraordinary. I would like to know from you,
recording in progress,
how in an age of OTT platforms and all the multimedia that we have around us, how are you managing to sustain an interest in books in your country?
Thank you for that question. Well, I think part of it is because it's such an old tradition here. So it's not something that was done to bring tourists to the country or as some sort of a trend. It's actually something, this love of literature that has existed for hundreds of years. And to answer that very quickly, that is really because Iceland has traditionally been a very poor country, remote from other areas. And so hundreds of years ago, we didn't have materials to build huge buildings. We didn't have materials to create art or compose music, but we had books. And we're able to write books and place a big emphasis on being literate. So there's a long tradition of that. And that has evolved today, as you said, to have these really high book publishing and buying rates and this, what we call the Christmas book flood, when most of the books are published in the season leading up to Christmas. I don't want to tell you that all children in the country only want to get books for Christmas. My kids wanted a new PlayStation. So you know, I want to be realistic for you, but absolutely it's something that everybody enjoys looking at. And it's something that I think we are very proud of as a country, to talk about that literary heritage. And like you mentioned earlier, we have so many phrases in the Icelandic language that relate to enjoying books. There's one more even. If you have found your niche in life or what you want to do, it is said that you have found your shelf, if you decide that. So there's another book-related phrase for you.
Yeah. So I will translate it for the audience. What she's saying is कि जैसे book shelf होता है, आप book store जाती हैं तो book shelf होता है, तो कहा जाता है कि अगर आपको आइसलैंड में कहा जाता है कि अगर आपको अपनी जगह और आप व्यवस्थित हो गए जिंदगी में, तो उसके लिए उपयोग किया जाता है कि आपको अपना बुक शेल्फ मिल गया जिंदगी में. Wonderful. Iceland is known to be a country which is very high on renewable energy, and you have made it your mission to be carbon neutral by 2040. That is indeed a tall order, but knowing your zeal and your country's zeal, I think that is achievable. So what steps are you taking broadly as a leader, as a people's leader, to get people into action apart from the government?
We are very fortunate there because we transitioned away from relying on coal and oil 50 years ago, before the OPEC oil crisis and all the prices went up, because everything was being imported, and have really found a way to maximize our renewable energies that are existing on this island. So almost all homes are heated with, and we need to heat our homes all the time here, are heated with renewable energy. Then there's also been, for example, a huge increase in the use of electric vehicles. So there's very high taxes now if you want to buy a new vehicle that is just petrol based. And so some of it is being used through tax incentives to use more environmentally friendly products and not to use non-environmentally friendly products. But I would say that the biggest areas are in terms of the electricity generation and heating, and then in terms of encouraging people like this to use, say, electric vehicles for their cars.
Wonderful. That's really great, and it's an example for all nations to emulate and to learn from, especially in the light of the Scotland COP26 climate summit and its deliberations and decisions. I will take a quote from your book. Iceland is considered one of the best places in the world to be a woman. You have so many women in the cabinet. In fact, out of 63 seats in the parliament, almost half are women parliamentarians. Iceland has been ranked, as I mentioned earlier, ladies and gentlemen, as the most gender equal nation in the world for the 12th year running by the World Economic Forum. Eliza ji, what are the measures that you all are taking to enable and further ensuring the impetus for bringing women to the forefront in public life?
Thank you for that question. And I'll try to give you just a short answer, but I would say that I think in Iceland, as a society, we have realized that the more gender equal a country is, the better it does as a society. So countries that are more gender equal have peoples who live longer, have people who rank higher on happiness scales, companies make more money, the countries are more peaceful. All of these indices go together to show that working towards gender equality is something that is going to benefit everybody. So I think in Iceland, we have realized that this isn't a matter of just making things better for women. It's a matter of making things better for everyone who lives in the country. And because most people agree with this idea, it makes it easier. Now we tend to debate how we will do it and make it better, but not if it's something important to try to do. So that's a big distinction that I think is important. And secondly, that we always have to remain vigilant. We have to keep continuing to work towards this, because obviously it doesn't happen by itself unless we always remember and unless we continue to work towards greater equality.
Wonderful, wonderful. You've mentioned Iceland's groundbreaking parental leave program. Parental leave program, for the benefit of the audience, is a program where, apart from maternal leave, the father of the child is also given leave, which in India I think we refer to as paternity leave. It's just that it wasn't there in time when I was actively in service. But anyway, it doesn't matter. And you've also mentioned how it helps to shore up the gender balance when men too take equivalent amounts of leave. Now, is that costly for the economy, or does it provide sufficient long-term benefits for society and for families? You've even said that fathers who take parental leave, and this is a very important point for all of us to absorb, that fathers who take parental leave are less likely to separate from their partner, and their kids are less likely to have behavioral and psychological problems. Just pardon me a moment, I'll just explain to the audience. So, madam, ये कह रही हैं कि जो जिन घरों में माताओं के अलावा छुट्टी, जब बच्चा पैदा होने जाता है छुट्टी लेते हैं, अगर फादर्स को भी छुट्टी दी जाए, तो ऐसे घरों में शादी के रिश्ते ज़्यादा अटूट रहते हैं और बच्चों का भी मनोवैज्ञानिक विकास बेहतर होता है, क्योंकि वो शुरू से ही अपने पेरेंट्स को साथ देखते हैं और फैमिली भी ज़्यादा मजबूत होती है. Love to hear your views on this and how you all are carrying this forward.
Yes, absolutely. You talked first about how the payment works for that, and that is also paid by the government through our taxes, of course. And no, absolutely, I think that is something that gets paid back into the economy in many senses, not least because it builds more sustainable and stronger social structures. One example, or two examples I will give you. One is that when both parents are taking their parental leave, it means that there is less discrimination against women in the workplace who are applying for a new job, for instance, because an employer isn't going to think, this woman, I think she's recently married, she's just going to have children and she won't come back to work, so I better hire the man instead, because the father is also going to take paternity leave. So there's less discrimination in that sense. But as you said, I think the involvement of fathers from a very young age in their children's lives has really invaluable support. I've never met a man here who said, oh, I wish I hadn't taken any leave with my kids. I wish I hadn't spent that time with them. And I think it generates more of an understanding of what each party is going through, because Iceland for a long time has had very high participation of women in the workforce. So for a while now, women go back to work. But I think a lot of women will be familiar with this, that maybe both parents are working full-time outside the home, but it's still the woman who is taking responsibility for everything inside the home afterwards. So maybe both people go to work all day, and then it's still the mother who is also making sure the food is cooked and the house is clean and picking up the children from preschool and remembering their friends' birthdays and all of these little details. And when fathers get involved from an early age, they know how to change nappies, and they know their child's favorite songs and their favorite food and what to do when they don't feel well and how to give them a bath. And that helps from an early point to get them both involved in the upbringing of the children.
Yeah, that's very useful. And I wish all of us in India could take note of that and try and again emulate that. I think that will bring about a lot of stability into a lot of families. And I think it's something which is very important for all of society, not just India.
Mm-hmm. If I may add one thing as well,
yes.
Sorry. I think it will also be wonderful for fathers. You know, here it's a perfect example of a situation where we talk about gender equality as in giving women opportunities, but this is something that is giving men opportunities to spend and develop really strong relationships with their children, which
Yes.
I think would be
and
very
everyone's
beneficial.
clapping to that. I think all the men here have loved that. But even the women I can see smiling, so it's irrespective of gender. You have described your moment of being awestruck when you saw the managing director of a company, who of course was a female, of breastfeeding her child during a board meeting in the presence of almost an all-male board. And later, so first let me keep it at that. So this is an extraordinary kind of social sensitivity to maternal responsibilities ingrained in Iceland's society and polity. It's absolutely amazing. And you came from Canada and you were quite amazed at seeing that. In India too, I mean, in a traditional tribal society, one would not think very much about a mother breastfeeding her child in front of men. But today, in modern Indian society, I can't imagine in a board meeting a managing director doing that in front of male colleagues. So this is an exceptionally high level of gender sensitivity and social equality and a smoothness of understanding. I'd love to hear more about how you felt, how you reacted, and how things are evolving in that sphere.
Thank you for that. That was a moment I really remember from when I first moved to Iceland almost 20 years ago, before I had any children or was thinking about having children myself soon. And it did strike me because on the one hand, breastfeeding a child is one of the most natural things in the world. But as you say, there is a lot of stigma surrounding doing it publicly. And I think it was not only the fact that she was breastfeeding this child while she was chairing a meeting, but it was also the fact that all the men in the meeting didn't care at all. They didn't, ask her not to, and they didn't look away as if it made them uncomfortable or make any jokes. it was completely normal for everybody in the room. And that really stood out to me as a new arrival to the country. But I remember thinking, well, this is a good thing if I want to have a family here, that people look upon this as just a normal part of life.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've written how some of the male members there, they bounce the kid on their laps and on their knees, and just felt comfortable doing it, like as if they were parents of that child, which is absolutely amazing, phenomenal. You've also mentioned of an incident when a member of parliament did that in parliament, and nobody blinked, which again is quite amazing. Yeah, great.
Yeah. But she did get on the international news. So the biggest story of that story was that it was a big deal in the international news. And
So
every
what were
time
the
Iceland
headlines?
gets on the news, we love it.
So what were the headlines?
I think that, they were in the American newspapers and German and British, that a member of parliament had gone up to the podium and she was nursing her baby at the same time. But as she said, it felt completely normal to her. She hadn't expected to have to speak at that exact moment, and was sort of sitting at the back of the chamber nursing her baby. And she thought, well, either I have to take this baby off and the baby will scream the entire time, or I just bring her up while she's quite quiet and carry on.
Feeding the future of the nation. Wow. You have referred to affordable childcare, and you've used a very useful, a very pertinent, very sensitive phrase, infrastructure for families. What steps does Iceland take to promote and buttress such infrastructure, and how does it manage to finance such huge expenses for undertaking this infrastructure for families?
That is a phrase that I borrowed, and I should give credit to her, from the American Senator Elizabeth Warren, who used it off as an expression. One example, for instance, is very high quality and affordable childcare. So we talked already about the parental leave scheme that applies to both parents. But what takes over from that after the parental leave is finished is very subsidized childcare that is run by municipalities. And it's already subsidized by the government, but there are even further discounts if you are a single parent or on unemployment benefits or a student. And it's also subsidized if you have more than one child in the system, as we did at the time. And that means that people tend to decide the size of their families more on if they want to have more children or not, rather than if they can afford to have more children. And absolutely, this costs money. This is again paid for in the subsidies, and it's part of what I would call the sort of Nordic welfare state model, which has relatively high taxes. But again, because we realize the benefits of this, we're a very small country in Iceland. We can't afford to have half the population at home doing unpaid labor, not paying their own taxes, not paying into the economy in that sense. We need, just from a purely economic point of view, we need to have as many people working as possible. And so nobody is really debating whether this is worth the cost, because it so obviously is worth the cost of doing it. Notwithstanding, I think, again, it makes people happier and longer living and more productive.
Great. Let me come to one of the Sprekar stories that you've mentioned in your book. And this is, of course, mythology and not one of the more recent time stories about the extremely feminist Sprekar, the Saga era Sprekar, who Saga era is prehistoric, who defied convention and refused to give away 2 locks of her hair to save her husband in battle because the husband had been rude to her. And so she wanted to avenge the husband. So is that how the fairer sex in Iceland are? Are they that tough, and are they that tough with their men? I'd just love to know that, because it would sort of resonate better with some of us here.
I think they're very tough, but I think it's interesting. So that story, again, is obviously an ancient story that's evolved into a legend. It's 1,000 years old. And in the rest of the story, in the rest of the saga, she is not treated well for allowing her husband, to die because she won't lend him a lock of her hair. But in modern times, we see her as really using the very few weapons, as it were, that she had at her disposal. She wouldn't have had property. She wouldn't have had people listening to her in those times. It was one of the few ways in which she could speak her mind and talk about something. And so I think that in a modern context, that's why we see her as an earlier feminist.
Oh, great. There are certain words in Icelandic which are very similar to words in our native tongue Hindi. For instance, dotir Icelandic is like doattar or daughter in English, doattar in Sanskrit, which means daughter. Amma is mother in Icelandic. Amma is mother in Hindi and in Urdu as well. Log for people. Log is for people. लोगों के लिए हम भी लोग इस्तेमाल करते हैं. Iceland, you said, is also, people have various superstitions. So, for instance, when you were joining, they said, okay, don't join on a Monday because Mondays are considered tricky in Iceland. Indians too have a lot of superstitions. हमारे यहाँ भी बहुत superstition और अंधविश्वास हैं कि हम कोई भी journey जो है पड़वा के दिन नहीं शुरू करेंगे, इस दिन नहीं शुरू करेंगे, उस दिन नहीं करेंगे. We will not pare our nails, cut our nails after the sun has set. That we will hang chilies and lemon outside our houses. Iceland also, you have various superstitions. So please do tell us, for the benefit of the audience, one or two quirky superstitions of Iceland, and whether with changing times and technology, some of those superstitions are now fading away, or are they becoming as strong as they were, and people are reinforcing them thanks to social media?
That's a great question, and I love hearing about it, because I love hearing about the similarities that we in what you might think are very different societies, in similarities that we all have together. I always think that says something good about the state of the world, that unites us as peoples of the earth so much. But yes, the superstition about not starting a new job or a new project on a Monday, I experienced firsthand. I probably, as an immigrant, don't know so many of them, because I think there are fewer superstitions today than there used to be. But there are a lot surrounding what are called the hidden people of Iceland, who are these traditional sort of invisible creatures who live in the hills and the rocks and in the natural areas outside the country. And it's really been built up a lot for the tourist industry that all Icelanders believe in elves. And I think that's a bit of an exaggeration, but I think a lot of Icelanders wouldn't say that they don't believe, if you know what I mean. They hedge their bets a bit. So there's a lot of stories surrounding that, about how maybe they would, people were building a road, and there was a rock where they were going to build the road that someone said that the elves lived in, and so they actually moved, there's like a curve in the road so it doesn't destroy their home.
Iceland also has a very, very humanitarian approach when it comes to the subject of LGBTQ, and which is homosexuality, samlaingika के विषय में भी आप लोगों का देश बड़ा अग्रणी और positive minded है. So are these kind of humanitarian approaches, are they improving, and are they only strengthening, or they are going down? And did it require any legal intervention through the courts, as was done in India, to legitimize gay rights, or did it happen naturally because Icelandic society is modern, positive, and humanitarian?
I think, so you're right, it's absolutely evolved, and hopefully is continuing to evolve in the right direction. I mentioned an example in the book, though, of a gay rights activist in the 1980s, so not that many decades ago, who had to flee Iceland and move to Denmark because he was persecuted for his sexual orientation. And so, you know, we really have evolved a lot in the past decades. I would say how that evolution has happened, less so from, for instance, maybe a couple bringing a case to court, which gets knocked down and changing the laws, but absolutely through activism, through grassroots activism and support and pressure on Parliament to change the legislative system, which is happening. So Iceland was not the first country to legalize same-sex marriage, but it was a country which passed the legislation with no votes against it from members of Parliament, which I think is very good. Right now, what the government is really working towards, or what the activism has to do with maybe, is enshrining the rights of trans people into laws. So there's an area where the legal system, the legal protections available are farther behind. And so that's the area now that we're really pushing towards. And I think our small size has an advantage because we all tend to know people, we meaning cis heterosexual people, tend to know people who are members of the LGBTQI+ community, and that helps us understand that, of course, we want to enshrine inalienable human rights for everybody.
Great, great. Is it really true that Iceland does not have a military of its own, and is therefore a country which does not apprehend any invasion from anywhere? And if that is so, then indeed it is something which is extraordinary in today's turbulent times.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. We do, we are the most peaceful country in the world on the peace rankings, and it's correct that we have no military, but we are a founding member country of NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. So we do have support. There was an American military base here until 2006. We support NATO in other ways through humanitarian means. For example, last week after the NATO conference in Brussels to discuss the war in Ukraine, the Icelandic government pledged additional support to defense measures, which are primarily referring to the threat of digital assault and other kinds of assaults like that. So it's true that we have no human military, but we are a NATO country and aligned with those NATO nations.
Okay. Iceland has a very open-minded approach to the subject of sexuality, and you have a large number of children who are born outside marriage. There is no stigma attached to single or young mothers, and you have said it very well that there is no place for government in the bedrooms of people. If you have to sow your oats, whether man or woman, there is no time to waste. And the age of sexual consent in Iceland is merely 15. I would say that perhaps that is indeed pragmatic and practical. So what are the benefits to Icelandic society that have ensued because of this broad-minded approach to the subject, which is otherwise people shy away from the subject of sexuality? Various countries have debated whether to introduce it as a part of educational curriculum or not, and most nations have not been able to decide on that. I'd love to hear from you what your thinking on that is.
Thank you. And it's interesting because, you know, I grew up in Canada, as you say, so I have my own predispositions or ideas from the society in which I grew up. And maybe this is one area that I found I had to adjust the most to when I began living in the country. But now that I've lived here for a long time, I also see how this benefits, say, something like gender equality, because it helps to level the playing field. It creates fewer, and I'm not saying they don't still exist, but fewer double standards between women and men, which is, I think, furthers the cause of equality. And so overall, I think that it's important, but it does come with downsides. As I say, it has Europe's highest rate of sexually transmitted diseases. So, but I think in terms of allowing, especially adolescents, to be able to ask questions and make informed decisions, I think that is important.
True. you had a Nobel Prize winner in literature from Iceland, and you all celebrated that you have the highest per capita Nobel Prize winners in the world because you have a small population. Great. So perhaps on the per capita count, Iceland would stand ahead of many other countries on many, many counts. Instead of a Guinness Book of Records, perhaps you should contemplate an Icelandic per capita awards, book of awards.
That's an excellent idea. We'll bring that forward.
Today, the world is racked by an ideological war between authoritarianism and liberalism. What do you think should be done to make all nations and societies to be more compassionate, to communicate better, and to move towards that cliched ideal which is so necessary, the ideal of universal humanism?
Mm-hmm. I think, I mean, that's a big question, of course. I think in the context of gender equality, the theme of my book, what I hope I'm trying to say is that it's important to have everybody have a chance to use their voices and to be a role model. Because I think we can all be role models. And in fact, we are all role models, whether that is within our families or our places of study or our places of worship or our work or in our communities. And it's up to us to be positive role models or negative role models. And I think we have responsibility to use our voices in good ways and to help elevate the voices and encourage the voices of people who maybe don't have the same level of opportunity that we do for whatever reason. Because the more opinions, the more diversity of voices we have at the table, I think the more successful we will be as a society.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think that deserves a big hand for such a positive statement. You know, you've made Iceland look so charming, so attractive to women that all women who read your wonderful book would want to migrate to Iceland. On a lighter note, and perhaps in a different way, you make out Icelandic women to be such fun that a lot of men too would be excited and interested in migrating to Iceland. How welcome would all of us as foreign immigrants be to Iceland?
That's a fun question. You're definitely welcome as tourists. We would love to see you. And dress warmly, because I think that's the big difference between India and Iceland as well. I can't sugarcoat that, it's cold. But I think for immigration, people who live outside the European economic area, there's always more challenging. Then the same kind of rules apply in so many countries, marriage, job offer, that kind of a thing. It's quite hard to just move and try to set up a life if you come from outside the European economic area and you're not, a refugee.
I'd now like to conclude. It's been an absolutely fascinating experience reading your story, The Secret of the Speckers. I look forward to your next book. And I feel personally, as an administrator, as a manager who has been involved with government in various capacities, that a condensed version of this should be made essential reading for all administrators across the world, as it provides a very useful insight into humanitarianism, which is so important, ladies and gentlemen, for the longevity of the world, of our society, and for all of us to stay on an even keel and, most importantly, to remain happy. Eliza John Reed, you have described yourself as a mother, as a feminist, as an immigrant, and of being married to the president of Iceland. I should definitely wish to add to that the epithets trailblazer, adventurer, pragmatist, visionary, humanist, and lastly, to borrow from your own Icelandic words, a spreka. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen,
Thank you so much.
let's give her a very, very big hand. And
Thank
now
you.
I would like to present to you virtually, and we will get it couriered to you, a tribal artists award-winning painting done specially for us, and which we will courier to you. And please accept
Thank
it,
you.
and we'd like to show it to you.
It's beautiful. Wow. That's beautiful. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It's been an absolutely delightful session with you, very scintillating. Thank you very much. Namaste.
Namaste. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Before we get in Vikram Sampath for the next session, hi Vikram. Quick quiz question for everyone, not for authors and discussants, but for children, for the audience. Who wrote the book Kuli, which describes caste and various other divisions in Indian society? जाति और विभिन्न वर्गों के विषय में इस किताब में उल्लेख किया गया है और उसका नाम है, ये करीब 1930 के आसपास लिखी गई थी, कुली नाम है इसका. Nobody? Okay, we'll carry this question forward to the next session. Yes? नाम बताइए और आंसर बताइए. But as a default, this thing we will, at least you answer it. Mulk Raj Anand. That's right. Great. So we come, because we must at least ceremonially exchange with you the book and then you can give it back to us.
Cordless mic table पे रखिए.
Vikas Rakeja, the one and only. They're happy that
And bottle, water bottle. Okay, dear ladies and gentlemen, it's time for one of the most interesting sessions of the Bhopal Literature and Art Festival 2022, the Knowledge Mahakumbh of India. This session is titled as Savarkar, a Contested Legacy, and we have a person who holds renowned reputation in the field of literature and history. As the author, we have Vikram Sampathji. I would request all of us to please invite him on stage with a round of applause. Vikram Sampathji will be in conversation with Tejasvi Naik ji and Dr. Sandeep Shastriji ji. मैं उन्हें भी तालियों के साथ मंच पर आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगा. तीनों महान हस्तियों को बुलाना चाहूँगा मंच पर. Tejasvi Naik ji and Dr. Sandeep Shastriji ji as discussants. The Bangalore-based historian Dr. Vikram Sampathji is the author of 6 acclaimed books. His latest books are the 2-volume biography, Savarkar, Echoes from a Forgotten Past, and Savarkar, a Contested Legacy, from Penguin Random House, India, both of which have gone on to become national bestsellers. That calls for an applause, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Sampath was recently elected as the Fellow of UK's prestigious Royal Historical Society. He was also awarded the Sahitya Academy's first Yuva Puraskar in English Literature and the ARSC International Award for Excellence in Historical Research in New York for his book on Gohar Jan. Dr. Sampath was among the 4 writers and artists to be selected as a writer in residence at the Rashtrapati Bhavan in 2015. As the discussants, we are delighted to have Tejasvi Naik ji. And we are also delighted to have Dr. Sandeep Shastriji ji. He is a political scientist and currently is the Vice Chancellor of Jagran Lake City University. Author of a book on Lal Bahadur Shastri, Dr. Sandeep Ji specializes in the study and analysis of Indian politics with a special focus on elections. He is a consultant to the United Nations, World Bank, and the Forum of Federations. Dr. Shastri has delivered lectures in over 50 countries, and that is certainly inspiration for all of us here. I would request the gentlemen to please unveil the conversation, and we must go ahead with a round of applause.
Friends, it's indeed a delight to be back at the Bhopal Literary Fest on its second day. Vikram and I just now were saying off stage that two Kannadigas are meeting for the first time in Bhopal. Though both of us have lived in Bengaluru for many years, we have never had a chance to interact, though I have followed his writings quite keenly. It's, I think, a book which is truly, truly worthy of a very, very detailed discussion. Both the way the author has written the book and the theme on which the book is, both, I think, merit a lot of attention. I just had a discussion with Vikramji. What we will do is, we will start it off as a conversation between us and then open up the whole theme for discussion. Now, this book of Vikram, which is titled Savarkar, A Contested Legacy. And I would start my conversation with Vikram on the subtitle of the book itself. That we are referring to this, in this book, about a contested legacy. But is that not something we in today's world are consistently talking about? We are in a world of binaries, where you are either a supporter of Patel having been the Prime Minister or whether Nehru was a better Prime Minister. Are we in a world of binaries where if Savarkar is correct, then Gandhi is wrong, and if Gandhi is correct, Savarkar is wrong? And can it not be that both have their own perspectives and both are right in some ways? So that is, for me, as a student of politics, the binaries and the contested legacy that I would like to focus on. Vikram, to start off with, I would like to quote you at one particular place in your book. On page 498, when you talk of Savarkar's statement in the court on his relationship with Godse, where you say Savarkar refers to Godse as a casual acquaintance. And you go on to say that possibly someone was being economical with the truth. Now, with that as a contested legacy to start off with, I would also raise two incidents. In 1924, when he was released, the British called it a quiet triumph because he decided, he promised to desist from political activity. In 1935, he sought a release of that restriction on the ground of the Majesty's birthday celebration. Later in 1950, he again agreed to be released if he were to retire from public life. In your own book, you quote Savarkar, who says, "I am consistent with ideology, I alter my tactics." So are these 2-3 examples a reflection of that? That would be my first set of issues.
Wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Shastri. A very good evening to everyone. It's always such a great pleasure to be at the Bhopal Literature Festival. This is my second occasion to be here. The last time was the first volume, Echoes from a Forgotten Past, which covered the first half of this very, very contentious figure's life. Dr. Shastri, I think that was a great way to begin. And the very fact, contested legacy is what you question. As a political analyst, sometimes I wonder when you are on election analysis and so on, are we all fighting elections in the 21st century, or are we fighting it in the 15, 16, 17? You know, because the characters who form part of the narrative in election rallies and speeches, right from the Mughals and Aurangzeb and Tipu Sultan to Gandhi to Jinnah, I mean, today's problems, today's issues seldom get discussed as much as history becomes a live battlefield in today's politics. In that sense, I think Savarkar is one figure whom I believe, intrudes contemporary political discourse like very few characters of the past do. He polarizes opinion, either this way or that way. There it doesn't seem to be a middle ground at all. You're absolutely right when you said, Patel and Nehru, Ambedkar and Gandhi, Ambedkar and Nehru, all these are the different schisms of our modern political history. But with Savarkar, there is no chance also of a middle ground. Either he's completely white or completely black without the 50 shades of gray in between that all of us as human beings, I think, have. And so you have someone like a Rahul Gandhi who's, in election rallies, he's mocking him, for which he gets a defamation suit from Savarkar's grandnephew. The Prime Minister then goes to cellular jail, pays his respects at the place where Savarkar was incarcerated for 12 long years at Kalapani. The Chhattisgarh government, the Rajasthan government, all the non-BJP governments spend a lot of valuable public time and energy to decide whether the Veer needs to be prefixed to his name or it should not. So in the midst of all this noise, if a young people like this who are in the audience want to actually know what is all this hullabaloo about this man all about, what is it that what is it that causes all this angst among people? Sadly, the last book that was written on him was way back in the 1960s when he was still, around. Dhananjay Keer's, comprehensive biography of his. Since then and now, 2019, when my first volume came, we've had innumerable biographies of Gandhi and Nehru and so many other people. But he somehow escaped a kind of a scrutiny, someone who, as I said, intrudes today's discussion, someone whose ideology, Hindutva, is in the political ascendant today, is so relevant today. His thoughts are relevant, whether this way or that way, whether you like it or not. Despite that, the very lack of academic interest in the man to kind of understand his thoughts and views, I think that is what really, pushed me into this 5-year-long journey to kind of wrap my head against this man of multiple contradictions. And the contestations of his legacy are multifold. One is, of course, what you mentioned. Today all the time, the discussion is, was he a Maafi Veer? Did he ask for mercy in his so-called petitions, which were petitions? They were not mercy petitions. They were petitions which were a very common legal recourse that several people had. Did he turn to become a stooge of the British? Was he, someone who was acting on their behalf? If he were, then I argue in the book that he would not have been put under house arrest for 13 long years. Even after his release from Kalapani, the British would have co-opted him into the government process. Then, of course, as you rightly mentioned, that very, very difficult phase of Gandhi's assassination in which he was implicated, but later on, of course, honorably exonerated. But there was one letter that Sardar Patel writes to Shyama Prasad Mukherjee, where he says, your leader, Shyama Prasad Mukherjee, belonged to the Hindu Mahasabha, of which Savarkar was the president. So Mukherjee writes a letter to Patel saying, he's sacrificed so much for the country, so be a little kind to him. Let's don't put him to torture at this age and stage of his life. And Patel says something very interesting, that, legally he may get exonerated, but the moral albatross is something that may still, something that he'll have to carry. And unfortunately, that's what is happening even to this day. The moral taint, so to say, of that association with Godse or with the murder of Gandhi, though courts have exonerated him, every time there's a discussion about whether you need to give the Bharat Ratna to him or not, these points keep coming out as very important contestations. And so I think that's very relevant for today's political discourse, in addition to being a historical, discussion as well.
Vikram, if I could move on to a second point. You highlight in the book what Savarkar calls the 4 pillars of his social reform, the whole 4 foundations of the social reform, which were persuade Orthodox Hindus to reform, abolish untouchability, expose the myth of homogeneous society among Muslims and Christians. Yeah. this whole debate that those societies are equal, undo that myth, and finally, lead by example. Now, if you look at all the 4 pillars, there are important nuggets of anecdotes which you provide in the book. But I would like to focus on the 4th, which is lead by example. How much would you endorse the point that a lot of people said Savarkar was essentially a rationalist? When his wife passed away, he said, the body should not be brought home, take it straight to the crematorium.
No
He
shraddh.
said no ritual should be done, no shraddh, no rituals. Though, of course, I believe quietly his son did it without or with the father's knowledge, and the father said that's his right to do what he wanted. When he passed away, he made it very clear I should be taken to an electric crematorium, no fire-based cremation, and no rituals again after my passing away. So we associate what many people would today call an icon of Hindu nationalism with intense rationalism, which is not associated, where you take a position away from religion. Do you see that similarity in only that aspect with Jinnah, who is also seen as an icon of Muslim fundamentalism, but for no practical purposes actually practiced that religion in his life? But I would want you to focus on the larger.
Yes. So, in terms of religion, ritualistically, I think he was anti-ritual. But then, deeply, I wouldn't call him an atheist. Nirishwarvad, it's a very difficult thing to translate into English. Maybe agnosticism is what he, propounded. But then, very much, to Nehru. So it's a gray area. So very much, in the realm of, as you rightly said, rational thinking. That famous episode comes to mind. I think 1934, when there was an earthquake in Bihar. Gandhiji actually said, the earthquake is a result of the curse of God because we are following the caste system. And Savarkar all the time had this running feud with Gandhiji. He would write editorials against him. I think he stalked him in today's parlance on social media. You stalk someone. This man was constantly stalking Gandhi to see what he's writing on various issues from Hindu.
Much earlier, this may be part of your first book. Because I have taught Savarkar for many years as a teacher of politics. I remember in London that famous episode where Savarkar and Gandhi met at Savarkar's home. And Savarkar's favorite dinner very often used to be fish and chips.
Prawn.
And Gandhi arrived there and Savarkar said, would you like to share my dinner? He said, nahi, I am a vegetarian. And then Savarkar, I believe, jokingly told him, you don't want to eat this dead fish, how do you deal with the live British alligator in India? You see, that was the response that he came up with.
So in many of these things, he was constantly on a war path with Gandhi. So when this earthquake happened and Gandhi said this, he writes in the Shraddhanand that he was editing, that if someone like Gandhi is, who's a leader of the masses, if he's pandering to such superstitions, what would happen of the common masses? On the one hand, you had the Shankaracharya who was saying that the earthquake happened because we were trying to dismantle the caste system. On the other hand, you had Gandhi saying that the earthquake happened because, we were following the caste system. So what is God really doing? And in fact, what you said was so true. In fact, they met also a couple of times. In the second instance, when they met in London again at the India House, it's during Dashera, and all of them are asked to speak something. And Gandhi said, I'm not going to talk about anything about politics. I'll talk about Ram Rajya and the esoteric nature of the ideal state. And immediately after that, and the importance of ahimsa. And the fundamental difference between these two men came to the fore there in 1909, where immediately after Gandhi spoke, Savarkar comes to stage and says, even to establish Ram Rajya, Ram had to go and kill Ravan. He didn't go and sit in Satyagraha in front of Ravan and ask him to release Sita. And he says, we are in the midst of Dashera, where on the 9 days, we are celebrating the goddess with all her astra and shastra that she has. And this philosophy of complete non-violence, absolute non-violence or ahimsa, according to him, was something that was very un-Indian. It was almost Tolstoyan, it was almost Christian in its nature, because all our gods and goddesses are shown with weapons in their hands. And annihilation of evil is considered a very legitimate task. Even Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita says, even if the opponent is your father or guru or whoever else, if he is on the side of adharma, you need to annihilate him. So something on this front, both of them differed, but on several other issues, as you rightly mentioned, the cow not being worthy of worship, according to the father of Hindutva. Today, what would that lead to on the streets of hinterland of India? We shudder to think. And rationality on every aspect. So actually Savarkar would be a great poster boy of the so-called liberals of India. Unfortunately, due to his association with Hindutva, whatever, and a warped idea of what that Hindutva is, he's made to be a fall guy.
Vikram, my last point of conversation before I open it up to the audience. I find very fascinating when reading about Savarkar, the Gandhi, Ambedkar, Savarkar relationship. The point that Savarkar once makes when Ambedkar talks about, I will not die a Hindu. It's not in that context, but in another context, Savarkar says, don't, to the what later came to be called the scheduled castes, he said, don't threaten to leave Hinduism. Don't threaten to leave Hinduism, because Hinduism is not the preserve of the upper castes. So I would want you to reflect on, for the benefit of this audience, the difference between Savarkar and Ambedkar in terms of how they looked at this fight for equality in Hindu society. And the second, and something very complex, which I think a lot of people have not written, the relationship between Savarkar and Dr. Shyama Prakash Mukherjee. I'm just going to quote 4 incidents. When Mukherjee agrees for that talks with Jinnah, and Savarkar says it should not happen, but I leave it to you. When ultimately Mukherjee takes over the presidency of the Mahasabha, and Mukherjee is delivering his first speech as the president of the Mahasabha, parallelly, Savarkar has gone outside and is delivering another speech outside, and later on the criticism comes that Mukherjee's speech could very well be a speech given by a president of the Congress party. Thirdly, when there is violence in Bengal, Dr. Mukherjee says, I want to save all Bengalis, whereas Savarkar says the focus needs to be on looking at protecting the Hindus. And finally, on joining the government. Correct me if I'm wrong, Savarkar took the stand, I am nobody to stop you from entering the government, but my own personal views on this are very different. So it's very interesting, these two tall leaders of the Mahasabha, his successor as the president, that relationship. So if you could spend a few minutes on both these issues, the Savarkar-Ambedkar relationship and the Shyama Prakash Mukherjee relationship, that would give a lot of insights to our audience on the persona of Savarkar.
So the Ambedkar-Savarkar relationship is very complicated according to me, because Ambedkar writes a very laudatory letter to Savarkar once saying, you're the only one who has understood the fact that the Varna system is at the root cause of the whole Jativad, and we need to call for a dismantling of the entire Varnashram system itself if caste has to be annihilated. And why he was making that distinction was around the same time, a group of so-called untouchables go to Gandhi and talk about, this is around 1932-34, and Gandhi says, everyone cannot become a viceroy or a prime minister. You need to be born in a particular family. Leadership qualities come hereditary. So you cannot aspire to become a leader. So quite an antithesis of what a democracy actually is. So, and Gandhi and Ambedkar had this constant feud with each other when it came to what they looked at eradication of caste evils. Ambedkar's ruse was Gandhi was just looking at, piecemeal reforms in terms of removal of untouchability, whereas he believed in the Varna system, because Gandhi had said that I think that the Varna system is the bedrock of Hinduism, and I don't consider it as odious. If it is shaken, then the entire edifice of Hinduism will come crumbling, on which they had a feud. So I would say Savarkar and Ambedkar were ideologically a lot more closer to each other when it came to caste than before. Of course, Ambedkar decided to convert to Buddhism. But then very interestingly, all the time Savarkar said in the 13 years that he was house arrested in Ratnagiri, he conducted a series of social reforms. Then very interesting. Your earlier question, which I didn't answer as much in detail, the intercaste dining, the first ever cafe in India where people of all castes could sit together and eat at a time when, among the Maharashtrian Brahmins, the Deshasthas and the Chitpavans would not sit together and eat. Intercaste marriage, the first temple in India in 1931 called the Patit Pavan Mandir, where people of all castes and communities could go and pray, was something that Savarkar started there. And his 7 shackles of Hindu society that he spoke of, Vedokta Bandi, the Vedas are free universal knowledge. It's not the preserve only of one upper class community. So it needs to be universalized to everyone. Vyavasai Bandi, hereditariness of a profession, is something that he opposed. It's only through merit. Shuddhi Bandi, if someone has gone out of the fold of Hinduism, you need to allow them back. There is no scheme of conversion and proselytization in Hinduism. So can we allow for Shuddhi? Sparsha Bandi, complete annihilation of untouchability. Samudra Bandi, loss of caste if you actually go out across the seas, that was something he was opposed. In fact, he always said, get into the enemy's camp, Shatru ke shibir mein jaake, you understand their tactics and come back and hit them in the way it hurts the most. And then Roti Bandi and Beti Bandi, intercaste dining, intercaste marriage. So these were very path-breaking reforms, and he would all the time write to Ambedkar literally with pleas, saying, I have been restricted only in Ratnagiri. So my association, whatever I've done here is like a pilot project. So why don't you come here and see with your own eyes what we have done? You are a free man. You can replicate this across the country. And, if we work together in 10 years, we can get rid of not only untouchability, but also caste system as a whole in India. But Ambedkar never, shared stage with Savarkar all through those 13 years, only because I think there was a stigma attached to him, right? Like it is now. Anybody who is associated with him, who writes about him, has to face a lot of turmoil in their lives. So I think...
Also that who should go to whose place? Will you come to my place or will I come to your place? Because this debate is
also there. But with these two men, I think both were Maharashtrians. They spoke the same language. They came from the same milieu. So they could have met. But I think Ambedkar all the time kept giving some excuse. But he had a sympathies, it seems, to him. Like there's another instance I quote in the book where, Ambedkar was a law minister. And when Savarkar was implicated in Mahatma Gandhi's assassination, he actually calls up Savarkar's advocate, Bhopatkar, and says, I want to meet you. And then Ambedkar himself is driving the car. It's at Mathura Road somewhere in Delhi. And he asks Bhopatkar to hop into the car. And then he tells him that, the case against your client is so flimsy. It's a fixed case, and I am telling you this as a law minister of this nation, that at the highest, echelons of power, he has been fixed. And the cabinet is also divided deeply on this. Even Patel had his differences with the prime minister and so on. But then your client will come out of it unscathed, is what he's supposed to have said, Bhopatkar. And he even attended the Red Fort trials for the Gandhi murder, especially when Savarkar was making his deposition several times. So they had a very, very tenuous relationship. On the one hand, he had his sympathies for him, but didn't want to be publicly acknowledged, which I think, as I said, is the problem for anyone who's associated with Savarkar. They want to, including the current government. I mean, it takes the current Prime Minister a signature on a piece of paper to award the Bharat Ratna to him. But then the association with Savarkar, you will imbibe his ideology, you will venerate him, but you will not go the whole hog to appropriate him. That seems to be...
What do you say about Mukherjee?
Yes. Mukherjee and Savarkar too, and I bring that out as one of the failings of Savarkar as a leader, where in a small party, the Hindu Mahasabha, so many factions that were there, he failed to control that. And you had a very strong Bengal faction, and you had the Maharashtra faction. So Godse and Apte and all of these people who were diehard Maharashtrian, Savarkarites, they were staunchly opposed to the almost Congress wearing, as you rightly mentioned, Congress wearing kind of philosophies of Mukherjee. In fact, Gandhiji had once said that Patel is the best Hindu Mahasabha leader in the Congress and Shama Prasad Mukherjee is the best Congress leader in the Hindu Mahasabha. So he was, I think, talking about a lot of things very similar to what the Congress was demanding, like, civil disobedience, mass movements, all of it Savarkar was not completely for. He was open to negotiations with the Viceroy, especially during the run-up to the Quit India and the Second World War and all of that. So they had those differences between them. But at the same time, I think Mukherjee had this sympathy for his leader. But people around him, I think, to a large extent, they fanned the differences so much. You had the North Indian caucus and the Bengal caucus of the Hindu Mahasabha, which formed one group opposing the Maharashtra caucus, and eventually Mukherjee became the president. And even on his joining the government, actually Savarkar had no issues with that. He said, we need a voice in the government of the Mahasabha as well. But it became so untenable for Mukherjee to continue in the government or continue in the Mahasabha because constantly Nehru and Patel were putting so much pressure on him to disassociate from Savarkar and his philosophy. And ultimately, Mukherjee threw up his arms and formed the Jan Sangh and distanced himself completely from the Mahasabha.
I think now I would like to open up the discussion to the audience. And yes, we have a lot of hands coming up. And I would prefer to be left here rather than right. And let me start with our young man in the front here.
Sir,
yes.
Namaste, sir.
Namaste.
And I feel that you are the most best person who can defend us from the leftist historians.
God.
And I have watched the video which was there with you on Aditya Mukherjee on Savarkar, and that was the best video made.
Thank you.
And sir, I will ask you that on 1940, Savarkar and Subhash Chandra Bose met, and somewhere in R.C. Agrawal's book, I have listened that the INA, Indian National Army, was the product of Savarkar's mind, and he suggested Subhash Chandra Bose that you may go outside and make National Army. So sir, this one is right or wrong? And sir, I have another question.
I'm so sorry, but we have a lot of hands
So
coming up. Just one. Keep your question precise. One question.
Yes.
One question at a time.
Sir, we see that Dr. Ambedkar also wrote about Purna Bhumi and that Islamophobic materials. And he's not criticized for that, and Savarkar is criticized for these things. So please clear both of these questions.
Thank you.
This is again a very, all the time this is invoked, Bose and Savarkar. They were political opponents. So many people, even recently when Bose's statue came up at the India Gate, you had these memes that were doing the rounds in social media where Bose had very uncharitable things to say about the Hindu Mahasabha, which was true. I mean, he was in the Congress, it was a political rival, but at the same time, Bose also was trying to negotiate an alliance with the Hindu Mahasabha in the Calcutta municipal polls in 1939 or so, just before he left India. When that failed, he actually formed an alliance with the Muslim League. But his public quotes, he said both of these are communal parties and so on. So like today, politicians say some things, for electoral politics, they do other things. So we shouldn't think that these leaders of the past were some saints who were very different from what kind of leaders today are to form governments, arithmetic, all of that is necessary. So they had these differences. But then it is said, so Bose was literally hounded out of the Congress, and that is when he formed the Forward Bloc, and he wanted to do a civil disobedience movement all over India. And he went to Jinnah, he went to Savarkar asking for support, and somewhere in June 1940 is when he met Savarkar at his home. And the discussions lasted for several hours. It is said it was a secret meeting. No one really knows what actually happened. But during his, Savarkar's secretary, however, compiles the entire discussion where Savarkar is supposed to have shown Bose the letters that were exchanged between Rash Bihari Bose and himself. And Rash Bihari Bose was the one who founded the INA, and he was sitting in Japan and trying to lead an armed struggle against the British Raj. So he said there's no point doing yet another civil disobedience movement. It has failed in the past, it will fail again. So Shatru ka Shatru, दोस्त होता है, तो you go away outside India and form an alliance with the Axis powers, Germany, and then later on Japan and so on. So 6 months later, quite coincidentally, Bose leaves India in January 1941 from his home, first goes to Germany, even meets Hitler, is disillusioned, then he's called to Southeast Asia by Rash Bihari Bose, who founded the Azad Hind Fauj, and passes on the baton to Bose, who's now called Netaji. While I would not say it was completely Savarkar's brainchild that caused him to, that is a little bit of an exaggeration by a lot of Savarkar fans too, but then an inspiration was most certainly there, because the Rash Bihari Bose and Savarkar connection was very close. Right from 1937, Rash Bihari was writing eulogizing letters to him, saying, "You are the rising leader of a new India." He had formed a speech that he made. Yeah, Savarkar had made a speech in Bombay in 1937, and that had found its way to Japan. And Rash Bihari Bose was so enamored by this and said, "You're the only one who understands how to throw the British out, which is through the armed struggle." And so that is one reason he also founded the Hindu Mahasabha chapter in Japan. So there was a lot of that connection. So we can probably connect the dots and make conjectures. We cannot be sure. The second thing was about... well, yes, become Islam, yeah. So yes, I mean, when people say Savarkar was an Islamophobe, I mean, the kind of writings that Baba Sahab also wrote, that is completely concealed. He said Hindus and Muslims cannot live together as one country. We need a complete separation of populations. Islam, distinguishes the world into Darul Islam and Darul Harab. These two cannot live together, all kinds of things like that. But these aspects of his writings are not brought out because of the political currency, I think, that Ambedkar has today. He's appropriated by political parties, by castes and communities, and so it becomes very difficult to point fingers at him, because immediately your effigies will get burnt. But then Savarkar can be castigated as much as you want.
Is it also about
so the mic is not on.
Is it also about the wider context of a leader? Like whenever reference is made to Ambedkar and Ambedkarites, it's generally seen in the context of caste system, annihilation of caste, fight for the untouchables, providing reservation. Because if you push it forward, Ambedkar was one of the strongest opponents of local government, of Panchayati Raj. Yeah. Because he called it a cesspool of corruption, dens of casteism. But today, if you see the whole movement, we see Panchayati Raj as the way to provide support for the backward caste. So I think what happens is a leader gets associated with a particular frame of politics. And Ambedkar got associated with that frame of politics. Whereas Savarkar got associated with another frame of politics, where it was useful to talk of this particular dimension because it fitted in perfectly with that frame of politics. I wouldn't know if you would agree.
I agree completely.
So shall we move on to the next question? Yes, gentleman in the front. And please, I request everyone to please keep your questions crisp.
मेरा नाम अभिषेक सिंह है. मैं ये पूछना चाहता हूँ कि सावरकर को देखने वाली दृष्टि में प्रॉब्लम है कि सावरकर का प्रॉब्लम है? When we look, बहुत सारे लोग जो सावरकर के फेवर में हैं या सावरकर के खिलाफ हैं, तो सावरकर ने भविष्य नहीं देखा था, बट भूत की तरफ देखते हुए हम अपने को जस्टिफाई करने की कोशिश करते हैं. क्या ऐसा हो सकता है कि कोई व्यक्ति या तो बहुत ही अच्छा हो या बहुत खराब हो, तो लोग फ्रेम करते हैं, अपने विचारों को फ्रेम करते हैं, तो इस पे क्या टेक है आपका? थैंक यू.
बहुत ही अच्छा सवाल है. तो जैसा मैंने पहले ही कहा कि इनको इतना पोलराइज कर दिया गया है कि या तो इनसे आप बेहद प्रेम करें कि वो उनको बढ़ा चढ़ा के उनकी अतिशयोक्ति इतना हम करते रहें कि वो जो उन्होंने कहा वो सही है, ऐसा भी हम कहने वाला एक गुट है, और दूसरा एक गुट है जो इनकी हर वक्तव्य को तोड़ मरोड़ के उनको एक डेमोनाइजेशन, जो दानव की तरह उनको दर्शाते हैं. ये भी एक तबका है हमारे पास. तो आई थिंक द रियलिटी ऑफ हिस्ट्री, लाइक वी डिस्कस्ड, आर दो शेड्स ऑफ ग्रे इन बिटवीन, कि देयर वर क्वालिटीज विच were far ahead of his times, like this whole जाति निर्मूलन का जो उनका प्लान था, या फिर राष्ट्र सुरक्षा के बारे में उनके जो विचार थे, बार बार वो ग्लोबल पॉलिटिक्स और जियो पॉलिटिक्स में इतना वो ही वाज इंटीग्रेटेड कि ऑलमोस्ट दूसरे विश्व युद्ध के 10 साल पहले ही उन्होंने प्रेडिक्शन कर दिया था कि देयर विल बी अ ग्लोबल कन्फ्लैग्रेशन इन द वर्ल्ड 10 साल के बाद. और पहले विश्व युद्ध में तो हमने वी मिस द बस. तो इस बार हमें किसी भी हालत में इसको वी शुड नॉट लेट इट पास एंड वी शुड मेक एडवांटेज ऑफ दैट इन इंडिया. आफ्टर इंडिपेंडेंस टू चाइना के बारे में उन्होंने बहुत सारे वक्तव्य दिए कि हिंदी चीनी भाई भाई और पंचशील के बारे में आप बहुत ज़्यादा बी कॉशियसली ऑप्टिमिस्टिक बिकॉज चाइना इज अ predatory power according to him, which he wrote openly. नॉर्थ ईस्ट में जो डेमोग्राफिक चेंजेस आ रहे थे उससे राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा को जो खतरे और चुनौतियां आने वाली थी उसके बारे में भी उन्होंने देश को आगाह किया था. तो ऐसे बहुत सारे उनके क्वालिटीज थे जो दूरगामी थे. एट द सेम टाइम उनका एक और प्रॉब्लम ये भी था कि वो ही वॉज ड्वेलिंग अ लॉट इन द पास्ट. आई थिंक विच वी आर ऑल्सो टुडे ऑल द टाइम, एज शुरू में ही कहा था कि हर चुनाव में हम मुगल्स और इनके बारे में ही बात करते रहते हैं. पर इनके भी जो 6 गोल्डन इपॉक्स जो किताब उन्होंने अपने जिंदगी के अंत में लिखी थी, उसमें इट वाज ऑल अबाउट द इन्वेजन्स एंड हाउ अ ट्रूथ एंड रिकंसिलिएशन कमीशन के बारे में जो हम आज बात करते हैं, किस तरह से वी हैव टू मेक पीस विथ आवर पास्ट and which has not happened, and that was a direct contrast to the Nehruvian consensus on what history should be, कि हम जो पुराने घाव हैं उनको भूल जाएं और एक नया भविष्य तैयार करें. पर इनका मानना था कि जब तक पुराने घावों को पूरी तरह से हील नहीं किया जाता तब तक हम आगे बढ़ नहीं पाते. वो अंदर ही अंदर इट विल बी अ कैंकर विच विल ग्रो, अ कैंसर, and we have to eradicate it from the roots for us to move forward as a nation and a society.
एक छोटी बात इस सर के प्रश्न पे मुझे याद आ रहा है. क्या ये होता है कि इतिहास में जो जो व्यक्ति हमारे सामने आए हैं, हम उनके नजरिया के उनके जीवन को नहीं देखते, हमारे नजरिया से उनके जीवन को देखते हैं. सो क्या होता है, हमारा कंक्लूजन फिक्स्ड है, उसके लिए फिर हम एविडेंस ढूंढते हैं. विक्रम ने ये नहीं किया. Vikram is a very honorable exception to that.
उसके लिए actually
I've seen in a lot of places. I have a conclusion which I want to draw. So now let me search for evidence to defend that conclusion. आज भी यही चर्चा हो रही है. We are talking of my history and your history. Nobody is talking about our history. You see, मेरा इतिहास, आपका इतिहास, हमारा इतिहास कहाँ गया इसमें? And I think that's where there has to be a change in our perspective in terms of not looking at your perspective, my perspective, but how do we together take it forward. I don't know if Vikram would endorse that.
I would endorse it, but then my detractors don't. The problem is, the one of the criticism is you have relied a lot on Savarkar's self narratives. मैं कहता हूँ भैया अगर सावरकर जी का जीवनी लिखना है तो उनके खुद के विचार पहले
अच्छे हिस्टोरियन की तरह उनको कोट किया है. And एक अच्छा perceptive reader देखें तो they can read between the lines in what you have said.
Yes.
Like especially when I quoted again, he was being economical with the truth. Now this is what Vikram says about Savarkar, that he was being economical. So if you, this is a huge book to read, and I have lot of jottings here. Now if you, there are between the lines statements which Vikram makes, and I'm sure he has spent a lot of time writing this. Those between the lines statements are a reflection of how you can go beyond accepted rhetoric on issues.
Yes, next question from the student in the front line.
Good evening, sir. My name is Sandeep Shastriji, and I'm a student of Jagaran Lakeshide University. So, sir, there is an argument about V.D. Savarkar that since he opposed the Quit India movement, that's why many people argue that he was loyalist to the Britishers, and after 1911, he did not vehemently criticize the Britishers. So do you see any similarity, or do you think that this is a right notion about Savarkar, that since he was not part of Quit India movement, that's why he was not against the Britishers?
I'll answer it in two parts. One is after he got released. He got released in 1924 on two conditions. One is he would abstain from politics and he would be restricted to Ratnagiri in Maharashtra. So overtly he could not participate in politics. But this restriction on politics abstinence was for 5 years. But every time his case came up for a review at the end of 5 years, the British government's records, which I quote here, they clearly say we cannot trust this man. He has dubious underground links with what they call the terrorist organizations, who are our revolutionaries. So whether it was Chandrasekhar Azad or Bhagat Singh or Sukhdev, Rajguru, Durga Bhabi, Sachindranath Sanyal, Rash Bihari Bose, the Savarkar brothers had a constant touch with all of them. It was a Jekyll and Hyde. By day you were a social reformer, but underground you were also dealing with all these people, and that is one reason, like I mentioned earlier too, if he had sold his soul to the British, he was a very useful fellow. I mean, he was a law educated from London. The British would have easily taken him over to their side, and especially when government started getting formed after 1937, he would have probably been the Prime Minister of Bombay State. But the very fact that till the very end, the British did not trust, his credentials, is proof of the fact that, he was not, completely pro-British. He was not a stooge of the British. Now, about the Quit India part, now, you see, there also I dwell a lot of detail on this very difficult aspect. You had the Cripps mission that came in February, March 1942 that failed. That led to a lot of dissensions within the Congress. You had Nehru and Maulana Azad who were very much pro the Cripps mission, because Nehru wanted to become the first defense minister of India. It was almost certain that he was going to become the defense minister under the Viceroy. But then Gandhi is said to have thrown a spanner in the works, and the Cripps mission failed. Now, Gandhi's role by then in the Congress was somewhat waning. And to relaunch himself, and this is not something I'm saying, but a lot of congressmen, including Maulana Azad, who was the president of the Congress, criticized the Quit India movement, saying this was launched with zero planning. This had no clear objectives as to what you wanted to make the British give you. And there was no, strategy that the whole movement had. It was launched on 9th of August 1942, and within a week, the entire Congress top brass was in jail, including Gandhi. And so in the absence of leadership, this do or die meant different things to different people. It actually became the most violent movement also, with underground forces, insurrection. Was rescinded. Here you had, in comparison, quite a violent movement. So many people, Maulana Azad himself had opposition to the Quit India movement. Ambedkar, gave out a call during Quit India that participating in it is a treachery to the nation. Anybody who takes part in Quit India is a traitor, so you should stay away from it. And particularly at a time when Japan was threatening to strike at the borders of India during the Second World War, to create this kind of a, strategy-less movement was something that many people were opposed to, and the Hindu Mahasabha and Savarkar were also opposed to. But yet again, like the earlier question, if Ambedkar had also said that, he is not called, a traitor for saying anybody who doesn't participate in this is anti-national, but then Savarkar gets, and in fact, the Congress itself, they called it August disturbances. It was called the Quit India movement much later. So they disowned themselves from this movement. Gandhiji, in fact, after coming out of the Aga Khan Palace, he apologized for the movement and said, we will not launch any more movements. We will now cooperate with the government in the future terms. So in later mythology, I think this has become such an important aspect of the Congress version of history, whereas the Congress itself had, distanced themselves from the movement to a large extent.
Okay. IAS Officer Tejasvi Nayak ji has a question. So one by one, please. Yeah.
Hi, Vikram. I'm Tejasvi Nayak.
You were supposed to be here in the middle.
yeah, but I think it's better I'm here. I'm just watching. Before I ask my question, I have to wonder, how do you come out with such huge books? I have 3 of them, all by you, and I have gone through all of them. Reading them itself is an achievement. Now, I don't understand, at such a young age, you have come out with so many books, and now I have seen a latest book also in the bookstall, so which is going to be made into a movie. Yeah, coming to the question, the freedom struggle against the British, though it was a pan-India thing, there are identified certain regional flavors to it also. Yeah, the British themselves have, pointed it out. As you also mentioned, the Bengal thing, the Punjab thing, and then there comes the pan-Maharashtra thing. Because you have come out with such huge voluminous book on Savarkar, you have also gone behind that thought process also. What made Savarkar? What do you have to say about this pan-Maharashtra thing? There is a certain flavor to it which is different. So I would want to hear from you about it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure. About the weight of the book, if you've said reading it has been an achievement, I would take it as a compliment that it has been readable enough that you've managed to finish it. This whole, I always say, we've been presented a very simplistic, monochromatic, linear kind of a narrative to our freedom struggle, like that Attenborough film. And the song that is drilled into our psyche is दे दी हमें आज़ादी बिना खड़ग बिना भाल साबरमती के संत तूने कर दिया कमाल, which is great. I mean, I'm not disparaging for once the importance of the mass movement of Gandhiji, but to say that that was the cause completely for our freedom undermines, I think, a very important parallel struggle that was going on in this country, of a continuous struggle of an armed rebellion. And this had its roots in 1857. Before that, of course, you had all the tribal revolts, Birsa Munda, so many others from different parts of the country. But 1857 was a culmination. From 1857 to 1946, and 1857 was a very important milestone in the mind of a Savarkar, who actually christened the term the First War of Indian Independence. From there to 1946, which ideally should be called the last war of Indian independence and not naval mutiny as it is still called, you had different parts of India participating, sometime in cohesion, sometimes separately. Bengal, Maharashtra, Punjab, United Provinces, parts of Tamil Nadu, so many places which became hotbeds of what the British would call sedition and treason. And this never stopped. So how is it presented to us in our history books particularly, is that these were chotput ghatna idhar udhar ho gayi. They were hot-blooded young men who threw one bomb here and there, assassinated someone, then phansi pe chad gaye, and that's it. But the bulk of the narrative is the mass movement, is how we are taught. But the underlining philosophy of the revolutionary movement was, can we in some way create an insurrection in the British Indian Army? Because by the time of the Second World War, you had about 2.5 million Indian soldiers in the war, controlled by about 40,000 overlords of the Europeans. Now, out of this 2.5 million, even if a small percent, 10%, 5%, whatever, are seduced to patriotism and they are brought over to the side of fighting for the country, the edifice of the British Empire would come crumbling, and that would happen very, very quickly. That was what they believed in, and that's what eventually happened, whether it was the INA and so on. And particularly in Maharashtra, right from the 1870s, you had people like Vasudev Balwant Phadke, the Chafekar brothers, Tilak, and his role in creating these imageries around the Ganesha festival or Shivaji Jayanti and so on. So Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj as this icon who was fighting for freedom against the foreigner, though that may have been the Mughal, but still very, very potent symbolism. Now in all of this, the Hindu-ness of those icons, whether it was Bankim Chandra in Bengal or the whole Vande Mataram, or the looking of India as Bharat Mata, as an incarnation of Durga, the various verses of the Vande Mataram, which is like a shloka to the mother goddess. Or in Maharashtra you had Bhavani, who was Shivaji's the deity, favorite deity, or Chandi in Punjab. So this whole raw energy, the raw power, the Hindu iconography of our freedom struggle, today we can't talk about it openly because that will be called as being communal. But then these factors were very much a part of an inspiration for several of these, freedom fighters. In fact, when I was researching for this book at the British Library in London, I managed to see a lot of these proscribed material, pamphlets and so on. And one image which really sticks in my mind is, there's Bharat Mata standing there, and she's demanding all these, Bhagat Singh, Sukhdev, Rajguru, Chandrasekhar Azad are standing in front. They have cut off their heads and they're giving it as an offering to her, and she's accepting it. And there's blood oozing out. It's almost like the Chinnamasta Devi, which one of the Dash Mahavidyas. This was the iconography which really, shook me there, that this was what was being circulated among people. So the Hindu-ness of the freedom struggle, which we somehow feel very bashful about, that was not the case when these people were actually there. And Savarkar too was greatly influenced by those Hindu ideals too, which were very much a part of the revolutionary zeal, where Chandi and Durga and all the Ugra roop of the Devi in particular was something that most of them were drawn to.
Okay, we'll take one last question. Please keep it short and
very
simple.
short, sir.
Same for the answer.
I am non-Kannadiga Bangalorean, sir. Stayed in Bangalore for 19 years. My question, I met sir in Bangalore in Murugesh Palyam also during Bangalore Film Festival, the Bangalore Literary Festival. So my question to you, sir, that Savarkar, Veer Savarkar has not got his due, what was due to him in after freedom. And second thing, the book he has written, Bharat Ka Swatantra Sangram, that book I read, and that book was treated like a Bhagavad Gita among the freedom fighters. Until anybody, I would suggest that everyone should read that and will be inspired how India should be in the fight for the freedom struggle. That my question to you, sir, that book, what is your idea about that book, Bharat Ka Swatantra Sangram? Thank you.
The 1857. So as I mentioned earlier, Savarkar was the first person who called it the first war of Indian independence. Till then, it was being disparaged as Sepoy Mutiny. Again, chutput ghatnaएं, some Sipahis here and there because they were peeved by the beef cartridges and pork lard and all that. They went on a rampage. That was what the British wanted to do. But 2 years, this man stayed. Shatru ke shibir mein jaake, Shatruncha Shibirat. That was his book, the name of the book of his years in London. Shatru ke shibir mein ghus ke unko maro. I don't know if that resonates with something that happened recently in India as well. Shatru ke shibir mein jaake unko maro. So Shatruncha Shibirat, 2 years he spent at the London archives, used the British documents and wrote this book. And we are in a literature festival, so I must mention that this was the first book probably in the whole world which was proscribed even before it was published. The journey it took to come to light is again very fascinating, because these revolutionaries, they would pack these manuscripts in false bottom boxes and bring it to India, smuggle along with that revolvers and explosives, bomb manuals, how to make bombs and all that. So this manuscript was also brought like that to India, to Savarkar's elder brother Baba Rao. He sent it to a publisher in Sholapur. Uspe police ke chhape pade, and the manuscript was somehow rescued. It was then sent all the way back to London. From there it went to France. The French police got behind that manuscript. Then it was withdrawn from there. Then it was sent to Germany. And since the book was in Marathi, they thought the Germans were very good at Indology and Sanskrit and all that, so they would manage the Devanagari script. But they made a mess of the typography, so that was withdrawn from Germany. It then went to Belgium, and that was where the book was finally published and then translated by VVS Iyer into English. And this book, as you rightly said, became the Bible, so to say, for revolutionaries all over. By chance, in the Nehru Memorial Museum, in an oral transcript that I came across, there was this man called Durga Das Khanna, who was a congressman, but in his younger days, he was a revolutionary. In that interview, he said, when I was being recruited by Bhagat Singh to the HSRA, Bhagat Singh asked me, what kind of books do you read, to understand the mind of the young person? And he said, have you read Savarkar's 1857 book and Life of Barrister Savarkar, his autobiography? Some say biography, some say he wrote it in his own name, all kinds of speculations there. So it became very clear that this 1857 book was an entry criteria, so to say, for anyone to go into the HSRA. And 20 years later, Tamil editions, Japanese editions of this book, which were translated and published by the INA, by Rash Bihari Bose, were found in the raids of the INA. So this was, as you rightly said, a very important inspirational book for the revolutionaries. And you're right. I mean, the man needs to be given his due for being the first person who organized the first ever secret society in this country. Someone who organized the first ever student bonfire in this country. When we talk of bonfire, we only think of the Gandhi imagery. But in 1905, he gave this call for Purna Swaraj, complete freedom, during the partition of Bengal, and designed the first flag of independent India, which Madam Bhikaji Kama unfurled at the International Socialist Conference in Stuttgart in 1907. So we may not agree with several of his philosophies, which is fine. I mean, his Hindutva may be something some may agree, some may not agree. But that doesn't take away from the fact that this man was a brave revolutionary, and his contributions to the revolutionary stream of our freedom struggle, which was spoken about, I think that due needs to be given to him in whatever capacity.
Well, thank you so much, gentlemen. It was indeed a historic session. And now I would like to invite Mr. Abhilash Khandekarji, the founding member of Society for Culture and Environment, to come forward and felicitate our guest author and guest discussant for this session. The memento is a painting based on tribal art which has been made by Padma Shri Bhuribai ji. It's a beautiful painting based on tribal art. It is the official mascot of Bhopal Literature and Art Festival 2022. A tribal painting. A tribal painting made by Padma Shri Bhuribai ji. And a cup along with it to felicitate our discussant for this session, Shastri ji. Zordar taaliyan honi chahiye for both our guests, Sampathji and Shastri ji. Thank you so much, gentlemen. All of us enjoyed the discussion thoroughly. It was a privilege for us to have you at the Bhopal Literature and Art Festival. Now, moving towards the last session of the Bhopal Literature and Art Festival. पता ही नहीं चला कि पिछले 2 दिन और इतने बेहतरीन सेशंस जिसमें हमने 45 प्लस ऑथर्स को देखा और 60 प्लस सेशंस अटेंड किए, वो कब गुजर गए. But this session is titled as Relationships in the Time of Lockdown. And as the guest author, we are going to have Shobha Day with us. Shobha Day is a renowned columnist, writer, author, and a journalist. Shobha Day ji will be in conversation with Raghav Chandra ji and Neel Kamal Kapoor ji. It's going to be a virtual session, session 8th, titled as Relationships in the Time of Lockdown. नहीं दो ही कुर्सियां रहेंगी. I request everyone to please be seated down, be settled. It's going to be an interesting discussion. Our discussant for this session is the one and only director of the Bhopal Literature and Art Festival, Raghav Chandra ji, the person who has weaved the literature and brilliant minds together. Raghav Chandra ji is also a former civil servant, alumnus of Harvard University, founder CEO of Consult app, and as I previously said, the director of the Bhopal Literature and Art Festival. And as a second discussant, we have Dr. Neel Kamal Kapoor ji. She is currently professor and head Department of Pathology and Lab Medicine at AIIMS Bhopal. She is an eminent pathologist with almost 40 years of work experience. And Dr. Kapoor is also a prolific writer. She writes both in Hindi and English. She has written and published books both in Hindi and English on pathology, parenting, a story collection and columns for major newspapers on healthcare issues. The title is Relationships in the Lockdown by Shobha Dey.
No, there, under the camera. Under the camera.
Phone.
म्यूट कर दो अपना माइक नहीं है चॉइस म्यूट करो म्यूट
Some problem?
Connectivity problem.
Okay. That's the online business. Yeah. There's some connectivity issue with Shobha ji. We are trying to work that out. Yeah.
कोई और माइक तो नहीं चल रहा
Hello, hello. नहीं अब नहीं आ रहा.
No echo, huh?
No echo.
Neighbor के यहाँ गई हैं. She should be joining hopefully any moment.
स्क्रीन पे कुछ और चला तब तक वो वीडियो चला दो हाँ चला दो
And start the video. Hello, hi, hi. Can you see me, hear me?
Yes, yes, of course, Shobha.
Can you see me, hear me?
Yes, we can. Can you hear us and see us?
Hi.
Hi.
Can you see me, hear me?
Yes, we can see and hear you. Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Oh,
Yeah,
lovely.
Thank God, my
Lovely.
kind and sweet neighbors have made this possible.
Fantastic. God bless your neighbors.
Really.
And in life,
Yeah.
life, we all need good neighbors. And I wish India too had good neighbors.
There is So congrats about the festival. It's going well.
Very well. It's rocking. Thank you.
Yeah, and they our techies want your camera to be tilted a little.
Tell me how. This
Yeah.
much?
Okay.
This means that I'll be holding it up all this for the entire duration. I might get.
Oh dear.
My arm might.
Are you
Let
on a
me see if I
phone
can
or
do
on a laptop?
I'm on a phone. Let me see. I'm going to sit
Okay, if
on
you
the
can
floor
do it
and
on
try. Hang
landscape
on.
mode.
Wait, hang on. Wait. Is this better?
Yes, this will do. This will do. I think.
Right? Okay.
Are we okay? Yes, the citizens of Bhopal, the audience is okay with that. Whatever they can get of you.
I'm so sorry.
Okay, so here we go. Shobha, welcome to the 4th edition of the Bhopal Literature and Art Festival, to the salubrious lake city of Bhopal. And let me just mention how eagerly you were awaited by the colleges, the universities. I was besieged by calls asking me specially if I could arrange for you to be ferreted away to their college to address their students. And I slyly resisted that, but doesn't matter. As they say, the best laid plans of mice and men can go awry, and it's just a disappointment, just sad that we haven't been able to get you in person, but thanks to technology, we are almost there. Welcome.
Thank you, Bhopal. Thank you, all of you, and my apologies for not being there in person. But as I've explained on compassionate grounds, I had an emergency in Pune that required me to be here. But I'm so happy to be talking to you, and I promise all the students in Bhopal, I'll make it up to you. I will be there in person. You just have to invite me and I'll be there. And this Zoom conversation is possible thanks to my wonderful neighbors, Manju and her daughters and her husband, who've been very kind to manage all of this, because I'm just a total dud at technology.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as you're aware, Shobha Day is a celebrity columnist, a novelist, a commentator. She started out at rather early age of 17 in those days as a career model, as a journalist, as a writing agony aunt for various people in magazines and journals. And at the young age of 23, she founded the now famous magazine Stardust. Then she started Society, and I think she was associated also with Celebrity. She has written overall 22 novels with names as fancy as Shri Lalji and Starry Nights, Socialite Evenings, and such like. She's famously also, Shobha, pardon me, you've been also famously referred to as the Daniel Steele of India. But we are delighted to have you because you're a great writer, and I think we all have enjoyed your writing, but that doesn't mean that we are not going to dissect your writing.
Oh, please do. I welcome that. Anything but a reference to either Daniel Steele or Jackie Collins. I'm happy with any and every other kind of dissection, but I don't see why we should constantly be compared to Western authors. I'd have been far more flattered had you brought in any Indian author's name.
Chetan
Or
Bhagat?
maybe at some distant time in the future, there will be a Shobha Day of Los Angeles or something like that, which will be wonderful because our reference
deserves a
points
big
need
hand.
to be us. We need to be, our reference point should be us and our own writing community, and we shouldn't be always pitching ourselves as the something of India, when it's about time that there were people out there who said, we are so-and-so of America, and we wish we were as wonderful as the Indians are, which we indeed are.
One or two more. Thank you, thank you. You know, Shobha, you've dealt with issues such as, and these are very varied issues such as the confines of a traditional conservative marriage, bored, rich housewives trapped in loveless marriages, extramarital affairs, false and fake spiritual leaders, moral decadence of the high fashion elite, exceptional materialism of the glitzy, fancy rich, pimps, Western material culture, and you are one of those novelists who has kind of distinguished between westernization and modernization, westernism and modernism, and yet there is a paradox that you are viewed, and I'm quoting from the Wikipedia introduction to you, best known for her social depiction of socialites and sex in her works of fiction. How do you reconcile this paradox? How has that come about? We're all interested in knowing that.
How would you like to reconcile the fact that I have never, ever, ever looked at Wikipedia, my own entry, or bothered to edit, change, or alter it? Because honestly, my writing speaks for itself, and I'm not someone who is driven by what Wikipedia has to say about me. A lot of it is completely inaccurate, but that doesn't in any way impact the way I feel, think, write, and communicate. So my readers can determine for themselves what they wish to, because at the end of it all, every writer is writing for that reader, that one reader who will get it. Every writer has his or her truth to talk about. And it's really quite, you talk about irony and paradox. Well, yes, 40 years, 50 years of writing later, people are still obsessed with what they call the sex in my early novels. Well, get over it. We're in the 21st century. And sex is as valid a part of our lives, one of the most important part of human existence, according to me, and should not be swept under the carpet. Neither should we feel apologetic about it, nor should we pretend that women in particular are sexless beings. We are not earthworms. We are women. We have the same passion. We have the same romantic feelings. We have the same sexual desires as men. Is that so hard to stomach? And is sex such a terrifying three-letter word that we can't deal with it if a woman is tackling it? And I've done that with complete and total transparency and courage more than 40 years ago. And if I so choose to, I will take it up to the next level and make it still more in your face. But that is my choice as a writer, and it's your choice as a reader to accept it, reject it, or be indifferent to it.
Absolutely, and I think you've put it across very succinctly. You have accepted, and you do appear to be enjoying this image. And I'm quoting from another somebody who says, she throws in sex even when it doesn't fit in without sound reason. Do you think this reader is correct?
I think the reader needs therapy and is sex obsessed. And sir, I just need to tell you that, it's every writer's complete and total right to focus on whatever they wish to focus in their work. And most of the time, the people who are looking so desperately for anything sexual and titillating in my work, and if it's not there, which it hasn't been in out of those 22 books, maybe 5 books have anything that can be called explicit, and I'm very proud of those books. But the other books, there are readers like this person you're quoting who ask me, Madam, but why not more sex? Like there is a quota for sex, like a writer or an author comes to a book and says, too much or too little. Who determines that? Only the writer determines it. So I'm sorry, but this entire line of questioning, which is so focused primarily on sex, as if I've written nothing else. Maybe you guys might read my column this morning in the Times of India, which has got a huge amount of response. Women and sexuality is something that society in India, hypocritical society in India, finds so threatening. And I wonder what's wrong with the people who react the way they react. Why don't they ever question male writers, men who've been writing about this and more for centuries? The Kama Sutra is written by a man, temple sculptures, I mean, you name it. Sexuality, sensuality, and India is something that has been celebrated. And why are we suddenly following a Victorian moral code, especially when it comes to a woman expressing herself? So much judgment, so much kind of horror, and so much almost a prurient interest in her personal life. A man is never asked that, oh, is this all about your life? Have you really experienced all these things that you write about? But invariably, any woman in India or internationally who has touched upon the subject is in the questions are voyeuristic. It's almost as if people are salivating at the thought, oh, is it possible that, this is all Shobha De's own life? Whether it is or it isn't, I'm not about to say whether it is or it isn't. You can keep fantasizing. I've done what I wish to do. I've written the books I wish to write, and I have full and complete ownership over my work. Take it or leave it.
Absolutely. Shobha, we are very happy to have as a co-discussant with you, and since you talked of women, Dr. Neel Kamal Kapoor, who is currently professor and head of the Department of Pathology and Lab Medicine. So she's heavily into diagnostics, and so she's going to diagnose your work a little more clinically, a little better perhaps than I could. An eminent pathologist with almost 40 years of work experience and somebody who's received numerous national and international awards. She's a prolific writer. She writes both in Hindi and English. She has written and published books both in English and in Hindi on pathology, parenting, a story collection, and columns for major newspapers on healthcare issues. So Neel Kamal is going to ask you a couple of questions now. Neel Kamal ji.
Hi, Shobha.
Hey, hi.
Since we were talking of your almost 40 years or 60 years of career and almost 45 years as an author,
yes,
and you were saying that the connect is between the writer and the reader. But
Yes.
honestly, you must be dealing with, if not 4, then at least 3 generations of readers. So what
Yes.
kind of changes you found, in your relationship and how it affected your writing? That would be very interesting to know for all of us.
What a wonderful and intelligent and insightful question. Thank you very much for getting away from this obsessive sex conversation, which is beginning to sound a little lurid and a trifle boring, if I may say so, because it seems like I've written nothing else but that. I wish it was true, but it's not. So to answer your question, young India, and this is the 3rd generation reading me, has embraced my work in its totality, without judgment, without taking the moral high ground, without huffing and puffing about any of it. They have accepted it because their minds are maybe more open, more progressive. We've certainly come a long way since the 70s when I started my writing career. So it's been a complete pleasure, because when I go to universities and talk to these students, none of the young people there ask me these kind of inane questions. They ask extremely pertinent questions, which have a lot to do with the socio-economic and sexual changes in our own country. And those are something that we need to talk about. We need to start those conversations. There's far too much of a taboo, and we are afraid to talk to our young about matters sexual and matters that concern even younger generations, like my granddaughter's age, for example. who is to tell them about even something like menstruation? When I was growing up, there was nobody who was willing to talk about it. Not my mother, not my older sisters, not my grandmother. It was something you found out through your peers. And I think that's unhealthy. So when you ask me that, I see that change. And to me, it's an extremely positive change, especially since so many of my books are actually read as course material in universities in India and across the world. And I find that wonderful because it's also a learning experience for me. And talking to the young, I always come away energized. It's a whole lot more stimulating than talking to people my own age or, people who just don't seem to get it and are stuck in some kind of a groove where writing has to be of a certain kind. And then that whole meaningless debate about high art and low art and literature and non-literature and fiction as an elevated form of literary fiction versus commercial fiction. At the end of it all, writing is writing. We are all writing the books we choose to write, which are our books. And the readers can decide for themselves, and they are very discerning indeed, especially the young, what they choose to read. So I feel great that even those early novels are now in whichever edition and are being read by young India and continue to be bestsellers. To me, that is the validation I need and not some rubbish entry in Wikipedia, which I have utter contempt for.
Actually,
I just want to mention here that perhaps Shobha Day is the one who's had the maximum number of PhDs done upon her work for an Indian author. Shobha, is that right?
Well, I don't know about whether it's the maximum number, but certainly there are over 100 dissertations, a lot of them extremely insightful and academic, and seeing my books through the filter of women and the changes that New India, this India, and 20 years ago, how far have women come in terms of their own sense of acceptance of themselves as women in a country that's so dynamically changing constantly on so many levels and yet stuck on so many other levels. So there are women who had the most wonderful opportunities to shine, and then there's a vast majority who have no opportunity whatsoever to even basic education. So these are our contradictions. And unless a writer has that empathy or sensitivity, we are still going to be stuck on, bajaving the same old drum about women writers, men writers, women who write about boldly, women who write only about oppression, depression, suppression, repression. Well, these are my books and I'm extremely proud of them, and I'm so happy to see the kind of reception the books get from a very young audience today.
Yeah, especially because the latest book under question, the liaison, the collection of stories which you have done, yeah. I found like Rasam and Weed, the story,
yes,
quite a reflection of what you were elaborating just now. Or
yes.
you wrote it with this thought, or it was just it just came to you and the moral or the theories came later.
I really write very organically. It's not something that's calculated. I don't know how other writers do it. For me, it is writing in the moment. It's not about foreseeing what the reception to the book or the stories may be. And the pandemic was cataclysmic on so many levels. We were all in such a funk of depression and anxiety, and we didn't know what tomorrow would bring. We didn't even know whether we'd wake up the next day. These stories emerged from that kind of sense of panic. So the Rasam and Weed story, I felt was a pretty, for me, a way of understanding the contradictions of a young working couple and what happens when they have to be forced to go back to live with their parents, and their lifestyle choices are radically different from the very conservative background that they come from. And how do the parents accept that their kids may be doing weed? And how do the kids adjust to an environment which is so very different from the fiercely fought independence that they have achieved? And then it's back to square one. It's back to like being schooled and monitored and watched and judged. So yes, what young India went through, what middle India went through, what senior citizens like myself went through during the pandemic, I don't think we'll ever be the same human beings again. We've all changed. And I like to believe that we've all changed for the better. At least I can say that, speaking for myself and my family members. It was a time for a great deal of introspection, a lot of reflection, and a lot of cutting the flab. We just realized that we needed to curate our lives and be stricter with our time and who we choose to spend that with, because time is the biggest and only wealth left at the end of it all. When you're confronted by a virus, that's all you have, time, and it's very precious.
Yeah, hi. I think, hello, are you hearing me? Okay.
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. But as you said, you write organically, you know, without thinking of any peripherals. But this is an era of MBA come writers who think of the marketing strategies and who think what will sell and who have a marketing plan. What do you say? What is your take on this way of writing? Because they are the best-selling people nowadays, generally. I mean,
Yes, of course. And hats off to them. They're just so much smarter than I am or ever could be. And it's all algorithm driven, and it's all about the numbers on Insta and how many followers, how many likes. And it's worked brilliantly for this generation of writers, and they're doing a good job. I'm not one of them. So it's entirely my loss. And I never intend joining that tribe because I wouldn't even know what to do to get there. And neither do I have the energy levels to invest in fixing marketing and sales strategies. I'd rather write, and that's my strength and that's my passion. And whatever time and energy I have, I'd prefer to invest it in a creative pursuit and not in chasing some kind of marketing goals and increasing my followers on any social media platform.
yeah, I think in your story of that girl, Aarti, who begins with theplas and goes on to, go to the first landing and second landing, I think perhaps that organic way of progress you have reflected in that story.
Yes, I'm so glad that you brought up that particular story, because definitely, yes, it's how I must have felt that particular morning. I must have read a news item, or I may have seen something on television that triggered off that story, because I wrote 26 stories in something like 4 weeks. And I was writing almost a story a day, and they were being simultaneously put out there, posted as ebooks. So the pace was manic. It was like a torrent, and I could not stop it. I didn't wish to stop it. And after the 26 stories were written, they became, the ebook was available. And then, of course, the physical book published by Simon & Schuster is out there and selling quite briskly, especially after Lilette Dubé has enacted 5 of those stories. So I'm just so happy to see the way Lockdown Liaisons has snowballed. And it was with the support of a very good editor and a superb team at Simon & Schuster. We were all working from our homes. It was all virtual and remote, and there was no eye contact, but we still managed. So a big thank you to the whole team.
Shobha, I've read Lockdown Liaisons, and a couple of stories really fascinated me, the early ones especially, because I skipped a few in the middle. This one about Malibu Mansions, and you know, you've touched about the life of the chowkidar in this high-rise, very elitist apartment complex, and how the residents have, you know, whereas they've been taking exceptional work from him, he's been loyal, he's been dutiful, and yet how cynical perhaps this, the heroine's husband is towards Shuklaji. And the name you've chosen is, you know, very resonant with somebody from the eastern part of India who's come over as an immigrant to Mumbai, and who's been very loyal to all his, employers, benefactors, but who's suddenly feeling neglected and lost. And the heroine, the protagonist is actually very sensitive and gentle, despite her husband being rather nasty and cynical towards this guy. I thought that was very humane a very, very touching story. And there's another one about this person who, during this massive migration from the cities to the villages, who's concerned about the lady he knows, who's helped him emotionally when his wife and family are away, and how he sort of, the tension that is going on in his mind. Should he go to the village? Should he leave her, Suman? Or should he stay back? Now, these are very touching stories, and I'm surprised that somebody like you, who, touches all the top celebrity parties, who's around all the rich people, that you could be so sensitive and so humane in your writing. I mean, I was quite surprised. And so where did you get this sense of, the urge to reflect upon day-to-day people and their difficulties and traumas and tribulations?
I am quite amused by the question, sir, because it somehow, it implies that if you belong to a certain segment of society, you are automatically insensitive, you lack empathy, you lack any kind of fellow feelings, and you're caught up in some sort of a bubble of your own creation. And the impression that I seem to drift from some great and glamorous event to the next event, and my entire life is celebrity driven. It really does amuse me in retrospect, because if that were indeed my life, and I wish it were that wonderful, I don't think I'd be working as hard as I do. I could be just an extremely pampered and spoiled and self-indulgent woman, drifting from these great soirees in Mumbai and across the world, or in Delhi. But that is not the reality. And also, it's not fair to think that every person from an affluent background, which they may be born into or been raised in, is necessarily impervious to life around them. And particularly for a writer, if I were to live in such a closed way myself, I wouldn't be writing at all. So it's easy to stereotype people. There are many ways of doing it. It can be because of the way the person's appearance is, or the segment of society they belong to, or maybe the many fantasies about such a person's life. And I guess there's something about my persona that attracts those kind of comments. I have no problem with it. But I have to tell you that a writer's job is to be sensitive towards every segment of their society, and not selectively towards the society they themselves may be a part of. I'd be less of a human being, forget a writer, if I could shut my heart and my eyes and my feelings to the people we interact with, you and I and all of us, on a daily basis, whether it's security staff, the people who work at home, our help, the watchmen. These are people who turn invisible for a lot of people. It has never been so for me. They are a part of my life as much as any other person who's a part of my life. And my respect for them is exactly what it is. And it's reflected in my stories and in my work.
Shubha, before we let you go, first you, yes.
One question about which I'm really curious, because you have no hesitation about your age, is that in those times when you were a young girl, and I'm pretty sure you had the same personality of slightly rebellious and why not do this kind of nature. I don't know, I'm just trying to guess. What used to be the reaction of the senior ladies of your family and your mother? Because why I'm asking this question is that I want to hear something from you about feminism, and also I want to know about your understanding of feminism in today's world, where at least erudite people are talking about feminism as is equal to equality, is equal to human rights. So I would love to hear a little bit about this. Maybe if you want to put in your personal thing, fine. Otherwise, in general.
Yeah, no, I'd be happy to, because unless you understand the personal, you can never understand the political. I believe that. And every action of ours whether we label it that or not, is essentially a political act. Who we choose to marry, which college our parents send us to, whether we marry, what the question about our children, what the values we impart to them, who we think are appropriate partners in our children's lives, which educational stream they should follow. These are all socio-political decisions. You can't see them in isolation. So I come from a bureaucratic family and a very conservative family at that, but I have to qualify, conservative does not mean a lack of progressive thinking. It just means a certain way of life which is not exactly ultra-modern. So I had every opportunity to be the person I am. I don't really know whether my family approved or disapproved, but all I can say and thank them in retrospect, though my parents are not alive, is that they did not in any way impinge on any of those decisions or stop me from pursuing whatever it is that I wanted, with or without their approval. So they respected my sense of identity and my sense of independence. And without that kind of maybe not always expressed, but certainly implied support, I would have been a completely different person. With my mother, there was nothing but unconditional love. She was intuitive, intelligent, wonderful, and I would say the closest emotional bond I will ever experience with anyone in my life will remain the bond I shared with my mother. So she was not judgmental at all. She did not understand my words. She didn't have to. She understood me. And I think a lot of times our parents make that mistake of trying to pigeonhole their children into roles and definitions that you don't let the children decide that. You decide it on the basis of what society wants them, what wants of you and of them, and a certain conformist kind of thinking, which I'm just happy that my parents were free of that and progressive enough to let their 4 children pursue whichever academic field they chose to. And in my case, they just let me be. I was the youngest. And I don't think my choices were at all understood. But I didn't beat a drum about it and say, oh my God, I'm so misunderstood, I'm a victim. Not at all. I was very sure from a very young age as to who I am. And that strength, I think, definitely came from my mother, never making me feel apologetic about who I am. So when we talk about feminism, I do not believe in any kind of a militant advocacy of values. I do not believe in an ideology. I do not believe that there can be categories which says, if you conform to these rules, you can call yourself a feminist. If not, then you're not a feminist or you're a failed feminist. I know a lot of men who are far better feminists than the acclaimed and out there ladies who call themselves feminists, because the men are working sincerely and hard in their own lives and with the women in their lives and towards their attitude to society and women at large in a way that is very sensitive, extremely equal, and based on just one thing, the principle of justice. There's nothing else to it. We are all human beings. We all deserve a good, happy life, devoid of pressures, enforced either by society around us most of the time, or even legal pressures. So it's not that I believe in legislation and policy change. I just believe in being respected, and I don't think that too much. I respect men as much as I respect the second word. So if all that sense of equal respect of each other, it will just be a revolution. So if you choose to call me a feminist, I'm proud to be called that. If you choose to call me something else, it doesn't matter to me.
Shobha, fantastic. And before we wind up, we can't possibly let you off without mentioning some of your grand ability to kickstart conversation, discussion, controversy by making statements which capture headlines. And we've had you, calling a policeman with a very rotund belly as heavy bandobast. You called another film actress a lassie who lacks oomph for some specific reason, perhaps. You were bold enough to say, I eat beef, so come and kill me, or capture me, or do me in, or whatever. Bure din aa gaye hain, such like. So while we marvel your ability to be bold, not to mince your words, where do you get this grand ability to stay on in the news? And does it come spontaneously, or do you have to think about it?
It's just the person I am, and I'm willing to take my chances and the responsibility that comes with putting myself out there, which millions of others hesitate to do because they're afraid of retribution. Well, that's something that does not in any way intimidate me. I will continue to speak my mind, and it is what I believe in, it's what I live by. So if it generates what, and I have to athlete, he was given free bariatric surgery in Mumbai and became a healthier and a much more active policeman, and publicly thanked me for that.
Fantastic. Fantastic. So, ladies and gentlemen, before I end, I want to read a few lines from a foreword to Shobha Day's fantastic book, Lockdown Liaisons. This is the book I have. It's extremely deceptive in its title. Most people would think that it deals with extramarital relationships during liaisons, like the kind which happened in Great Britain with their leader, or with various others who were locked up in the COVID lockdown, which has nothing to do with extramarital relationships. It's a very humane a lot of stories about very everyday people whom the kind of people you and I meet, about a very personal sort of rendition about their lives, their difficulties. It's a fantastic book, and I want to read this little paragraph. She captures the fragile zeitgeist of the pandemic in her own unique way through stories that don't provide an escape into a la-la land, but rather stories of love that will make you sometimes smile, sometimes frown, but at all times understand the subterranean world of shifting human emotions. The author and her stories don't shy away from the tremendous uncertainties of the world as we know, but rather help us to confront and understand it all just a little better. Fantastic. Shobha Day, a great hand to you. All of Bhopal is clapping for you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. I look forward to coming and seeing all of you in person very soon.
Can you show the audience to her? It'll be very interesting if she can get a glimpse of the audience.
I would love to do that. Hello. Namaste. Namaste. How wonderful to see all of you. Thank you so much for listening to me so patiently. Thank you, Bhopal. And do invite me again. I'm sorry about not being there today with you. Yeah. Thank you so much.
And before we sign off, we'd like to present to you a memento of our festival, which is a painting done by the tribal Padma Shri artist Bhuri Bai. We will ensure that it is couriered to you. You can tell us the address if you stay on wherever you want it. Thank you so much. This is the... presented very, very with great... presented to Shobha Deji. We are honored to have had her here. She unfortunately had to rush to Pune because her elder sister was not well. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Do we have Kavita Shahji here? Or do we have anyone from Srilayam Natishri Academy?
बुलाओ जरा इधर बुलाओ नहीं कौन है नहीं इसे भला हटवाना पड़ेगा ना कहाँ करेंगे डांस
हाँ पहले ये हटवाना पड़ेगा
नहीं इस पे थोड़ी कर पाते हैं
नीचे
नहीं होता नीचे करता है
नीचे होंगे
ये तो कारपेट पे भी नहीं कर
के लिए
पाते
लगा रहे हैं
अरे कारपेट पे भी नहीं कर पाते भाई कथक के लिए
अब उन्हें बताना चाहिए था
हाँ वो पता ही नहीं मुझे पता नहीं है कि प्रोग्राम भी
पता चला सर Dear ladies and gentlemen, मैं चाहूँगा आप सब यहाँ पे विराजमान रहें क्योंकि the valedictory is about to begin. We have some special performances for all of you, जिसकी तैयारी यहाँ चल रही है और बीते 2-3 दिनों में हमने काफ़ी renowned authors को सुना, उनसे सीखा, आपने अपने चहेते लेखकों को, कलाकारों को सुना और उम्मीद है कि उनकी बातें आपके जहन में बस गई होंगी. We had almost 60+ sessions from 45+ renowned authors who were here from all over India. We also had a poetry competition to highlight the young minds' talent and their creativity. जो participants और जिनके parents भी यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं मैं उनका भी अभिनंदन करता हूँ, स्वागत करता हूँ. We are about to begin with the valedictory ceremony and उसकी शुभारंभ करी जाएगी श्रीलयम नटश्री कला समिति द्वारा. A beautiful bhajan and a dance performance will be presented to you shortly. So I request all of you to please stay seated. जैसा मैंने कहा, there will be a presentation of dance bhajan by Kavita Shahji ji. She happens to be the founder of Srilayam Natishri Dance Academy. और मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगा कि श्रीलयम नाट्यश्री डांस अकेडमी की शुरुआत वर्ष 1999 में हुई थी. उस समय श्री एम शाहजी और कविता शाहजी जी ने केवल 6 बच्चों के साथ इस संस्था की शुरुआत करी थी और आज सैकड़ों बच्चों को वो हर वर्ष प्रशिक्षित करते हैं. इसी के साथ श्रीलयम नाट्यश्री मध्य प्रदेश स्थापना दिवस, उस्ताद अलाउद्दीन खान संगीत समारोह, स्वच्छता सर्वेक्षण, वर्ल्ड टूरिज्म डे, अतुल्य भारत और खजुराहो इंटरनेशनल फिल्म फेस्टिवल जैसे बड़े मंचों का हिस्सा रह चुके हैं और अपनी कला के माध्यम से इन सभी मंचों की शोभा बढ़ा चुके हैं। और जिस भजन की पेशकश प्रस्तुति आप सुनने वाले हैं, उस भजन के बारे में भी आपको बताना चाहूँगा। श्री राम स्तुति व श्री रामचंद्र कृपालु भजमन श्री गोस्वामी तुलसीदास जी द्वारा रचित एक भजन है। यह भजन श्री राम की महिमा का वर्णन करती है और साथ ही साथ उनसे विनय करती है कि वो हमारे हृदय में निवास करें। यह सृजित हुई है यमन कल्याणी राग और मिश्र चाप ताल में, और मुझे यकीन है कि ये अद्भुत प्रस्तुति हम सभी के दिल में बस जाएगी। We are almost ready with the performance by Sri Layam Natishri Dance Academy. Tables भी पूरा हटाया। Volunteers, please come. Mic too. Okay, finally the moment is here. मैं चाहूँगा आप सबकी नजरें मंच पे होनी चाहिए। Sri Layam Natishri Dance Academy is about to perform one of the most beautiful performances that you will ever get to see. मैं चाहूँगा जोरदार तालियों के साथ हम उनका अभिनंदन करें and म्यूजिक प्ले होना चाहिए।
एकदन्दं महाकायम् तप्तकाञ्चन സന്നിപം ലംബോദരം വിശാലാക്ഷം വന്ദേഹം ഗണനായകം ചിത്രരത്ന വിചിത്രാംഗം ചിത്രമാല വിഭൂഷിതം കാമരൂപതരം ദേവം വന്ദേഹം ഗണനായകം സർവവിഘ്നഹരം ദേവം സർവവിഘ്നവിവർജിതം സർവസിദ്ധി പ്രദാതാരം വന്ദേഹം ഗണനായകം വന്ദേഹം ഗണനായകം
श्रीराघवं दशरथात्मज अप्रमेयम् सीतापतिं रघुकुलान्वय रत्नदीपम् आजानुबाहु अरविन्द दलायताक्षम् निशाचर विनाशकरम् नमामि 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 श्री राम श्री राम श्री राम श्री राम श्री रामचंद्र कृपालु भज मन हरण भव भय दारुणम् श्री रामचंद्र कृपालु भज मन हरण भव भय दारुणम् श्री रामचंद्र कृपालु भज मन हरण भव भय दारुणम् श्री रामचंद्र कृपालु भज मन हरण भव भय दारुणम् नव कंजलोचन कंज मुख कर कंज पद कंजारुणम् नव कंजलोचन कंज मुख कर कंज पद कंजारुणम् श्री रामचंद्र कृपालु भज मन हरण भव भय दारुणम् श्री राम 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 कंदर्प अगणित अमित छवि नवनील नीरज सुंदरम् कंदर्प अगणित अमित छवि नवनील नीरज सुंदरम् पडपीत मानकु तडित रुचि शुचि नौमि जनक सुदावरम् पडपीत मानकु तडित रुचि शुचि नौमि जनक सुदावरम् श्री राम 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 भजु दीन बंधु दिनेश दानव दैत्य वंश निगंतनम् भजु दीन बंधु दिनेश दानव दैत्य वंश निगंतनम् रघुनंद आनंद कंद कौशल चंद दशरथ नंदनम् रघुनंद आनंद कंद कौशल चंद दशरथ नंदनम् श्री रामचंद्र कृपालु भज मन हरण भव भय दारुणम् श्री राम 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 शिर मुकुट कुंडल तिलक चारु उधार गंग विभूषणम् शिर मुकुट कुंडल तिलक चारु उधार अंग विभूषणम् आजान भुज शर चाबध भूषणं श्रीरामचन्द्र कृपालु भजुमन हरण भव भयदारुणं श्रीराम 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 शङ्कर शेष मुनिमनरञ्जनं गिरि वदति तुलसीदास शङ्कर शेष मुनिमनरञ्जनं मम हृदय कञ्चनिवास कुरु कामादिदलदलमञ्जनं मम हृदय कुरु कामादिकलदलमञ्जनं श्रीरामचन्द्र कृपालु भजमन हरण भव भयदारुणं नवकञ्जलोचन कञ्जमुखकर कञ्जपद कञ्जारुणं श्रीरामचन्द्र कृपालु भजुमन हरण भव भयदारुणं श्रीराम 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 श्रीराम
देखिए, इसे कहते हैं साधना में पूर्ण रूप से विलीन हो जाना। भारतीय कला को इस तरह से प्रदर्शित होते हुए देखने में हम क्या, विश्व में कोई भी मंत्रमुग्ध हो जाए, और इसलिए हम भी हो गए। एक और बार तालियां होनी चाहिए श्रीलयम नटश्री कला समिति के लिए। और चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। नाउ इट्स टाइम टू इंट्रोड्यूस यू टू द guest panel for the valedictory, the people who have been, whose presence has been vital for the Bhopal Literature and Art Festival. I'm going to invite the dignitaries for this esteemed valedictory of the Bhopal Literature and Art Festival 2022, the Knowledge Mahakumbh of India. I would like to request to be here I would like to invite on the dais Mr. Shiv Shekhar Shukla ji, Principal Secretary, Department of Culture and Tourism, MP Government. Vikram Sampathji, renowned historian and a renowned author. Dr. Sandeep Shastriji, Vice Chancellor, Jagran Lake City University. Raghav Chandra ji, the director, the man behind the Bhopal Literature and Art Festival. Abhilash Khandekar ji, founding member of Society of Culture and Environment. And last but not the least, Meera Das ji, Secretary of Society for Culture and Environment. मैं चाहूँगा हम सब जोरदार तालियों के साथ इन सभी महानुभावों का स्वागत करें मंच पे। और मैं चाहूँगा कि once our esteemed dignitaries are here, हम बुकेस के माध्यम से उन सभी का आदरपूर्वक स्वागत करें, सम्मान करें। bookcase. Bring in the bookcase. मैं दरख्वास्त करूंगा हमारे BLF के वॉलंटियर्स से वो आगे आएं and we would like to welcome our esteemed dignitaries with a bouquet as a symbol of love and respect and gratitude. Yes, Meera Das ji is here and we are awaiting Shiv Shekhar Shukla ji as well.
He is not able to make it. He's got stuck in some official program.
Okay, no worries. मीरा दास जी है, तालियां होनी चाहिए उनके लिए भी एंड मैं चाहूँगा हम बुके से हमारे सभी एस्टीम्ड डिग्निटरीज का स्वागत करें. प्लीज गो अहेड.
Brigadier Sanjay Agrawal will request you to come on the dais, please.
I would request Brigadier Sanjay Agrawal ji to please be here on the dais. दोस्तों तालियों में थोड़ी कमी लग रही है, तालियां जोरदार होनी चाहिए. Because this festival has been a great success because of almost everyone present here and specifically people on the dais. पिछले 3 दिनों का सफर यकीनन इतना दिलचस्प रहा कि पता ही नहीं चला कि 3 दिन कब बीत गए. But to dive into the further depth and story about the Bhopal Literature Festival, about the journey, I would like to invite the man himself, the person who made it all possible, the person, as I have previously said for 1,000 times, I will say 1,000 times more, the person who's like an inspiration to many, the one and only, the director of the Bhopal Literature and Art Festival, Raghav Chandra ji. जोरदार तालियों से उनका स्वागत करेंगे हम डायस पर.
Distinguished guests on the dais, Vikram Sampathji and Professor Dr. Sandeep Shastriji, Meera ji, Abhilash Khandekar ji, Sanjay Agrawal ji, distinguished ladies and gentlemen here, parents of children who are going to receive prizes, and the prize winners and participants in the Bhopal Literature Festival. All of you, it's indeed a matter of great honor and great delight to be here at the valedictory function of the Bhopal Literature and Art Festival. We've been here for about 3 days now, and it's been an absolutely scintillating experience. एक बहुत ही लाजवाब, एक बहुत ही महकदार, एक बहुत ही शोभनीय कार्यक्रम यहाँ पर 3 दिवसीय रहा है. और जैसा कि आप लोगों को मालूम है, 2019 में एक छोटा सा हमने पौधा लगाया था और उसको हमने सींचा है, बरकरार रखा है. 2020 में भी हमने छोटा सा फेस्टिवल किया था. पिछले साल 2021 में हम नहीं कर पाए कोविड के कारण. This year we have again revived it, and we had intended to do a very small festival just to keep our flag flying so that we would not lose steam and we would not lose sight of our goal. But we have managed to keep it going, not only in small measure, but in, as they say, in substantial measure. We've had sessions quickly, and I'm going to read out for the benefit of those who are coming in now and who have not been able to come in earlier for various reasons. We've had an excellent participation from the citizens of Bhopal. We've had a tremendous participation from distinguished authors, and I'm going to just read out the names of the authors quickly. H.S. Pabla Saab, Aparna Karthikeyan, Dr. Pradeep Kapoor, Kiran Mandral, Hital Sonpal, Pavan Mishra, Sahana Singh, Anwar Shirpulwala and his team, Ritu Pandey Sharma, Mumtaz Khan, Dr. Seshadri Chari, Manisha Mohan Puri, Anurag Pathak, S.Y. Qureshi Saab, Dr. Sandeep Shastri himself, Bharat Wakluji, Rajiv Mishra, Shelja Srinivasan, Dr. S.W. Naqvi, Dr. Neha Jain, Tejasvi Nayak, Dr. Madhu Verma, Professor Yogesh Dubey, Ablash Khandekar ji, Uday Mahurkar Saab, R.N. Bhaskar ji, Shelja Srinivasan, Nidhi Shafekar, Manjeev Singh Puri, Krupa ji, Major General R.S. Bhadoria, Ambreen Zaidi, C.K. Naidu, Brajesh Rajput, I have already mentioned, Viju B, Syed Akburuddin Saab, Praveer Krishan, Manoj Srivastav, Seema Raizada, Alka Pandey, Harshali Singh, Professor Dr. Vijay Khare, Squadron Leader RTS Chinna, Nitin Gokhale ji, Soumya Gupta, Tariq, Pascal Bruckner, all the way from France, one of France's topmost philosophers and modern philosophers and novelists, came all the way from Paris, Sadhna Shankar ji, Dr. Satish Pandey, Ami Ganatra, Pallavi Jain Govil, Smita Singh, Tarun Pitode, Dr. Skand Trivedi, Mohammad Suleiman Saab, Vartul Singh ji, Neeraj Kumar Saab, Rakesh Agrawal, Kaniz Razavi, Dr. Joseph Manuel, Dr. Suruchi Pandey, Anukriti Upadhyay, Pratap Verma Saab, and we've had the First Lady of Iceland, the President's wife herself, on a Zoom call with us, and the audience could see her very well. It was almost, I asked everyone and they said, if a real life presence would get 9 marks, this would also get 9 marks. So it's amazing how technology has changed us. And this also goes to, I mean, it's a great path for the future that sometimes, you know, we fret and frown और बहुत हमको तकलीफ होती है जब कोई डिग्निटरी, कोई विशेष ऑथर नहीं आ पाता. तो अब हमारे पास एक अच्छा तरीका निकल आया है कि कोई कहीं भी विश्व के कोने में बैठा हो, वो अगर नहीं आ सकता किन्हीं कारणों से, भौतिक तौर पर उससे हर कोई रूबरू होना चाहता है, लेकिन अगर वो नहीं आ सकता तो हम उसको लाइव डिस्कशन के लिए रख सकते हैं. इस बार हमने उनसे ऑडियंस से भेंट कराई, अगली बार हम ऑडियंस से उनसे क्वेश्चंस भी करा सकेंगे. So we'll try and improve this, and this is a major technological, not breakthrough, but a technological new methodology for us, which we were not familiar with. So that's a major milestone for us. We have had General Milan Naidu, we've had, of course, the distinguished and eminent Vikram Sampathji, we've had Ravindra Kumar, who was just until a little while back here with us. Ravindra Kumar is the one who has climbed Everest twice, and he's the district magistrate of Jhansi district, an IS officer, so which is great. We've had Shobha Day, and Shobha Day was very keen to come herself, but at the last minute, her elder sister, who's 5-7 years elder to her, collapsed and fell ill in Pune, so she could not come, but she was determined to do it on Zoom, and the experience, again, I'm happy to say, was almost as good as if she was with us, and which is again a matter of great satisfaction and happiness. We've had Anil Srivastav ji, who's talked about the latest trends in electrical mobility with Rahul Valvalkar and Abhishek Saxena. So it's been overall a very involving, a very occupied, a very engrossing, a very scintillating, thrilling experience to have so many authors, when we had actually planned to keep it short. And along with that, we started our inaugural with a performance of bhajans by Sangeeta Goswami ji. We've ended, as you are aware, with a performance by Kavita Shaji and her Mohiniyattam troupe. We've had a heritage walk. We've had Padam Shri Bhaju Shamji and Deepa Shamji painting live for us. And all the audience could see how they progressed from a bare canvas to a completed canvas. I'm happy to say that this canvas has been converted into NFTs, non-fungible tokens. It is currently under auction, and the highest bidder will win it today. And So it's a novel thing that we have tried out, and slowly we will further perfect this technique to invite citizens of Bhopal to participate and to buy a fraction of each session. Today, when we approach big business houses to sponsor the Bhopal Literature Festival. For the next year, I would like citizens of Bhopal to come forward and to buy a fraction of a particular session. और उसके लिए मैं बताना चाहूंगा कि अगर आपने एक फ्रैक्शन खरीदा है तो आपको 10 सेकंड, if you will divide each session into 10 fractions of 10 seconds each, and you will get 10 seconds of time on the digital screen for yourself, for your company, for your branding in whatever way that you need, so that we can, as they say, crowdsource. We will crowdfund the Bhopal Literature Festival rather than just to have to depend on big business houses on a basis of personal contact. So with that, we are trying out new experiments. I would once again urge the citizens of Bhopal to come forward to participate in this event, because I would like to reiterate, and especially for youth, what I said the first day, that it's very important to think global and to be prepared local. So unless you have a worldview, unless you have a larger vision for yourself, you will never be able to cross beyond a certain level. To expect to become a Padam Shri Satya Nadella or a Padam Shri Sundar Pichai, you have to have a global vision, you have to read a lot, you have to absorb the best literature in the world, you have to develop critical reasoning, analytical skills, the power to articulate. Until and unless you can dream of being a Vikram Sampath in terms of writing, unless you can be an analytical thinker like Professor Shastri, unless you can be like the people, other eminent people on the dais, you will remain a middle tier person who has done well. You may do an IIT, you may do a ITI, you may do a REC. You'll be good. You will get a job. But will you rise to the top? That's a moot point. So which is why, especially at a time when we are being besieged by social media, which is, launching a very, very aggressive invasion. जैसे कह रहे हैं रूस का invasion यूक्रेन पर हुआ, ऐसे social media का हम पर आक्रमण हो रहा है आज. मैं सोकर उठता हूँ, पहली चीज मुझे नोटिफिकेशन ट्विटर का दिख जाता है, मुझे किसी और का नोटिफिकेशन दिख जाता है कि ये लेटेस्ट खबर है. I don't need that news, but I'm being besieged, I'm being bombarded. So that's not to say that this is wrong. I don't criticize them because they are fulfilling a purpose, but they are also invading us. And therefore, we must build up our own self-controls, checks to be able to resist it, and that can only come if we read, write, and learn. And before I close, I would also like to say that we have had a very beautiful poetry contest which was conducted by Rajiv Mishra ji, where a couple of thousand students of Bhopal participated in this poetry contest, English, Hindi, and 3 topics and different age groups. That has been run very successfully. We have 36 winners, and we would like, after this, that we will give away the prizes to the winners. Bhaju Shamji is here. A big clap for him, Bhaju ji. Bhaju and Deepa ji. And the painting is going to be displayed digitally.
It's going to be placed in
it's going to be placed in front of the digital screen.
There it is.
And it's been completed in these 2.5 days. It's the first time that you have a painting started before you and completed before your own eyes. So on that very, very happy... खड़ा करने का है? Yeah. So I will, on that happy note, I want to once again commend all those who have participated in this event for the fantastic level of energy, participation, and everything. And I'll request personally, as a personal request, Bhaju Shamji to come for a few minutes and to tell us what is your vision for this painting. What have you drawn? दीपा जी आप भी आइए, दोनों जने साथ खड़े होकर हमको बताइए आप कि क्या किया है आपने और क्या किया है. So once again, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
मैं हिंदी में बोलूँगा। नमस्कार। यहाँ हम पिछले बार लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल में मीरा जी हमको इनवाइट किया था, सर ने सबने बुलाया था। पिछली बार हमारा सोलो शो हुआ था और बहुत अच्छा हुआ था और हमारा एग्जीबिशन भी हुआ सोलो शो, तो उसमें मैं अपना काम दिखाया था। इस बार मीरा जी ने हमें बोला कि आप लाइव करेंगे और ये जो हो रहा है प्रोग्राम हो रहा है यहाँ, जो भी पेंटिंग बना रहे हैं या लोग आए हुए हैं अपनी अपनी बुक के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं, हर आदमी अपनी बुक के बारे में बात कर रहा है और दिखा रहा है और समझा रहा है। तो हम लोग गोंड आर्टिस्ट हैं और जंगल में जो देखते हैं या सामने जो देखते हैं उसी को बनाते हैं। इसमें ये कोठी बनाया है जिसमें अनाज जो है ना रखते हैं, जिसमें बहुत तरह तरह के अनाज उगाते हैं आदिवासी और किसान जो भी फसल उगाता है, जिसमें गेहूं, चना, मसूर, उसमें साल भर के लिए रख दिया जाता है और उसमें उसी में खर्चा करते हैं, उसी में बेचते हैं और बीजा मतलब वो फसल डालने के लिए अनाज रखा जाता है, उसी में ये कोठी है। और कोठी है जैसे भारत भवन में बहुत सारे आर्ट रखे हुए हैं, अलग अलग आर्टिस्ट आते हैं, अलग अलग अपना कला दिखाते हैं, अलग अलग काम करते हैं, अपने अपने तरीके से दिखाते हैं, काम करते हैं और वो रखते हैं और जैसे संग्रह करके, वैसे इसमें ये कोठी है। दूसरा, पूरे देश से लोग आते हैं, अपने बुक के बारे में बात करते हैं और वो बुकों को समझाते हैं क्या है कैसा। तो हम जंगल से जीव जंतु बनाते हैं, पेड़ पौधे बनाते हैं ज़्यादातर। इसमें एक फॉक्स है जो बहुत सारे जीव जंतु हैं उनको अपनी कहानियाँ बता रहा है, इसमें आप देखेंगे। तो उसमें पीछे आप देखेंगे चिड़िया हैं, अलग अलग मोर आए हैं, यहाँ सुनने के लिए लोग आते हैं, अलग अलग तरीके के लोग आते हैं, सुनते हैं, देखते हैं और समझते हैं। तो ये फॉक्स है जो कहानी बता रहा है अपना और वो सुन रहे हैं। और ये जो चक्र हमने बनाया है, ये प्रकृति जमीन से जुड़ा हुआ आदमी है हम लोग, तो ये मौसम बताता है और चक्र है, चक्रवात है, उसके साथ इसी को हमने, दीपा जो है मेरी वाइफ हैं, वो उसको डिटेलिंग करती हैं और डिजाइन बनाती हैं, उसी को हमने बताया इसमें।
किसी ने सही कहा है, एक पिक्चर 1000 शब्दों के बराबर होती है, एक तस्वीर हजारों शब्दों से ज़्यादा ही बोलती है। एक और बार तालियां होनी चाहिए हमारे बेहतरीन कलाकारों के लिए।
ये इसके साथ जुड़ा हुआ ये NFT है, तो आप यदि उसको स्कैन करेंगे, वो QR स्कैन है, तो आप ऑक्शन में पार्टिसिपेट कर सकेंगे। इसके ऑक्शन में पार्टिसिपेट करिए। हम ये ऑथर से रिक्वेस्ट है कि इसमें साइन करें whenever they have time. If we have a pen, I'll get a sketch pen. नहीं, I'll get a pen, sketch pen. तो at some point we may like them to explain कि आप कैसे NFT बनाएं और कैसे उसको ऑक्शन में participate करें।
Absolutely. There's specialized NFT auction mechanism is created by Web 3.0, a startup जो आप देख सकते हैं, Metasky. Okay, moving forward, here's a special announcement, an announcement for Sushila Devi Award, and जिन author को ये award जा रहा है, it is mainly for the work of fiction by a woman author, and we are delightful to present this award, the Sushila Devi Award, to author Anukriti Upadhyay ji. मैं चाहूँगा तालियों के साथ हम उनका अभिनंदन करें, स्वागत करें।
While Anukriti is coming in, I'll just quickly read out the citation. The Sushila Devi Award for the Best Book of Fiction written by a woman author for 2021 goes to Anukriti Upadhyay for a novel Kintsugi. Set primarily in India and Japan, the story explores intercultural relationships through a tapestry of perspectives on art and social practices. a beautifully crafted novel based on the central idea of kintsugi, or the skill of joining fragmented bits and precious artistry, the quiet flow of emotions is richly nuanced. While the novel reads easily due to an engrossing plotline, the complex narrative is woven with finesse to leave no loose ends. The author builds a web of life that is authentic to the cultures but transcends them to reach towards a universal humanism, a remarkable feat in imaginative extension and also firmly grounded on cultural reality. This book holds a wide appeal for a global literary audience. The jury, comprising of writers and academics Malashri Lal, G.J.V. Prasad and Sukrita Paul Kumar, noted the high quality of the book submissions, which ranged from novels by established, internationally known writers as well as debut novelists. The subjects were equally diverse, from classical history renderings to experimental speculative fiction. Now in its fourth year, the Sushila Devi Award has gained prestigious positions to the literary sphere. Previous winners have been Namita Gokhale for Things to Leave Behind, Shubhangi Swaroop for Latitudes of Longing, and Avni Doshi for The Girl in White Cotton. The award comes as a generous value of rupees 2 lakhs given by the Family Trust of Sri Ratanlal. Thank you very much. Let me first present you this. And this is the award of it's a small thing, but it's a great honor.
Anukriti Upadhyay, everyone. Sushila Devi Award. Thank you so much, ma'am, and thank you so much to the esteemed panel. And authors की बात हुई है, books की बात हुई है, तो अब मैं कुछ और authors को यहाँ बुलाना चाहूँगा, और वो उनकी जो book है, वो हमारे dignitaries को पेश करेंगे. As the very first author, I would like to invite Vartul Singh ji, and for his book, Geezers. जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए. सैयद हैदर रजा के व्यक्तिगत संग्रह से यह पुस्तक गीजर्स का हिंदी अनुवाद है. यह संकलन मुख्य रूप से उस दौर से संबंधित है जब भारत में आधुनिक कला आंदोलन सक्रिय होकर एक आकार ले रहा था. यह हिंदी पाठकों के लिए विश्व स्तर पे एक पुस्तक है और उन्हें ज़रूर इस पुस्तक से रूबरू होना चाहिए. गीजर्स बाय वर्तुल सिंह जी. तालियों से हमें अभिनंदन करना चाहिए. Vartul Singh ji has also been the writer for the book Bhopal Nama that talks about the Bhopal and its heritage, जो यहाँ पे आए हुए काफ़ी सारे members ने, readers ने पढ़ी. And now here is this book, Geezers. Next, we have Mr. Brajesh Rajput ji. His book is titled as Off the Camera. The book Off the Camera के बारे में author कहते हैं कि टेलीविजन की छोटी स्क्रीन पर दिखने वाली हर कहानी के पीछे एक बड़ी कहानी होती है, जिसका कवरेज करने का रिपोर्टर उसे अपनी नज़र से देखता है. इस ऑफ द कैमरा में कोविड के दौर के दुख संताप की दर्द भरी कहानियां हैं, जो 2 साल पहले कमलनाथ सरकार के गिरने और शिवराज सरकार के चौथी बार बनने की उठापटक को करीब से देखते हुए किस्से हैं, जो आपको न्यूज़ में नहीं देखने मिलेंगे. ऐसे किस्से जो न्यूज़ में नहीं देखने मिलेंगे. ऑफ द कैमरा बाय ब्रजेश राजपूत जी. थैंक यू सो मच, ladies and gentlemen. Next we have Namrata Naidu ji. मैं चाहूंगा उनका भी स्वागत हम दिलकश तालियों के साथ करें. हर बुक yes, Namrata ji. Her book Unseen Wings is the intriguing and awe-inspiring story of a young girl from a small farming village who soared into endless skies to live her dreams despite challenges raining down on her like confetti. Namrata ji, जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए. Unseen Wings is the title of her book. Namrata Chandi ji. Next, we have Sonal Mehta ji. I am delighted to invite Sonal Mehta ji, Dr. Sonal Mehta. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. The book of Dr. Sonal Mehta, a social scientist, subscribes success through subconscious. It is a short, quick read written in capsule format to train the subconscious mind of all of us, especially the youth of today who knows everything but needs to be reminded to practice it for desired outcomes. A social scientist subscribes success through subconscious by Dr. Sonal Mehta ji. Thank you so much, Sonal ji. Next, we have Mr. Abhishek Singh ji, जिनकी किताब का शीर्षक है स्याही के रंग. जी हाँ, स्याही के रंग, काफी खूबसूरत शीर्षक. यह किताब कवि की जीवन यात्रा है, जिसमें समाज है, व्यक्ति है और फिर दोनों की विडंबनाएं भी हैं. व्यवस्था और व्यवस्था को रचने वाले व्यक्ति हैं और उन दोनों के विद्रूप हैं. ये कवि संग्रह रिश्तों का बहुत ही कोमल रेखा से शुरू होता है और व्यवस्था पर प्रतिबंध के साथ अगली कविता संग्रह में उपजने के लिए विलीन हो जाता है. स्याही के रंग.
Give a big hand to Abhishek because he celebrated his birthday yesterday. He wanted the book to be released yesterday, but we delayed it by a day, and here is a big day for him.
आप लोगों को मैं सूचित कर दूं कि अभिषेक बगल वाले हॉल में वीर नारियों का सेशन देख रहे थे. अमरीन जैदी बता रही थी, बैठे बैठे इन्होंने 20 पंक्ति की कविता लिख दी है और बहुत ही अच्छी कविता.
मेरा मोबाइल दे दीजिए. मैं जब वहाँ बैठा हुआ था तो जो उनकी आंखों में दर्द था, इट वॉज एक्चुअली फेल्ट कि किसी फौजी की पत्नी जो है सीमा पर अपने पति का कैसे इंतज़ार करती है और जब फौजी नहीं लौटता है तो उसके लिए फ़ोन के क्या मायने हैं, उस खबर के क्या मायने हैं जब एक फ़ोन की बेल रिंग करती है. सो हाउ इट इज़ देयर. एंड मैं पढ़ता हूँ. कि सीमाओं पर जंग का ऐलान मायने बदल देता है. सीमाओं पर जंग का ऐलान मायने बदल देता है हर चीज़ के. फ़ोन की घंटियां भय पैदा करती हैं. फ़ोन की घंटियां भय पैदा करती हैं और फौजियों की पत्नियां डर जाती हैं किसी खबर के आने से. मगर खबर तो आती ही है, चाहे इधर हो चाहे उधर हो, और ये खबरें जीवन की गति बदल देती हैं. सीमाएं वहीं रहती हैं मगर फौजियों की पत्नियां फौजियों का इंतज़ार करती रह जाती हैं उम्र भर, सीमा के इस पार भी सीमा के उस पार भी. थैंक यू.
बेइंतहा खूबसूरत. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद अभिषेक जी. तमाम शब्द हम सभी के दिलों तक पहुंचे और क्योंकि कविताओं की बात हुई है तो नाउ इट्स टाइम we announced the awards for the poetry competition that was initiated. For now, I would like to invite Shivangi to join us as the co-host for this poetry award-winning announcement.
Thank you so much, Siddharth. जैसा राघव सर ने बताया था कि हमारे पास बहुत सारी एंट्रीज आई थी, जिसमें से we have shortlisted 36 winners for 2 categories, that is English and Hindi. इन बच्चों को 3 टॉपिक्स दिए गए थे, लव, फ्रेंडशिप एंड ड्रीम्स. एंड हमारे पास बहुत टैलेंटेड बच्चे बहुत अच्छी पोएम्स लेकर आए थे. आई वुड लाइक टू स्टार्ट टेकिंग द नेम्स एंड आई वुड लाइक टू कॉल द किड्स ऑन द स्टेज. सो अनन्या पाठक,
Next we have
Abhiram.
Abhiram. उनके बाद अक्षिता बघेल. अक्षिता बघेल.
Aksa Banu. Aksa Banu.
Bhumika.
Second one is Abhiram.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Third one is Akshita Baghel. Akshita Baghel. After Akshita, Aksa Banu. नाम ही इतना शायराना है. अक्सा बानो जी. अक्सा बानो जी के बाद भूमिका. भूमिका, yes, she is here.
Bhumika के बाद देवांग. देवांग पटेल.
हाँ.
हर्षिता.
जी हाँ, आराम से फोटो खिंचवा के जाएं.
देवांग पटेल. हर्षिता पाठक.
हर्षिता के बाद कनिका. आफ्टर हर्षिता कनिका. एंड कनिका के बाद मालविका.
मालविका के बाद मनमीत कौर. ये सारे बच्चों ने हिंदी में कविता लिखी थी. मुस्कान विश्वकर्मा.
आफ्टर मुस्कान वी हैव नंदिका यादव. मनमीत के बाद मुस्कान एंड मुस्कान के बाद नंदिका.
नंदिका के बाद पार्थ व्यास. पार्थ.
Parth is here? At back. Yes.
रुद्राक्ष शर्मा.
Sakshi Kumari. After Rudraksh. After Sakshi, we have Samaksh Srivastav. And right now on stage Samaksh.
सुरभि. आफ्टर समक्ष सुरभि.
तो ये सभी नाम हिंदी कैटेगरी के विनर्स थे, हिंदी पोएट्री कंपटीशन. मुझे यकीन है सभी ने खूबसूरत कविताएं लिखी हैं. है
Now in English category, I would like to call Arushi Patidar. Arushi. Ananya Tiwari. Ananya. After Ananya, we have Brahmansh. Ananya is on the stage. Brahmansh.
Next we have Devanshi Chaudhary. After Devanshi, Dishi Jain. No, Dishi Jain. Yeah.
Yes.
She's not here? Okay.
Dishi Maheshwari.
Okay, done. Next. Kritin Kumar. Kritin Kumar? Yes, please come forward. After Kritin, Paridhi Randani.
After Paridhi, Priya Agrawal.
Priya Agrawal.
Priya Agrawal is on stage.
Next we have Rida Amir. जी तालियां कम नहीं होनी चाहिए. Come on. Let us motivate the young minds.
After Rida, we have Riya Chaturvedi.
Riya Chaturvedi.
Riya.
After Riya, Sheetal Singh Rajput. Riya is on stage right now, and followed by Sheetal Singh Rajput.
After Sheetal, we have Shlok Mehta.
Shlok Mehta.
This boy, his father is in 19 Kumaon. And therefore, I am from 19 Kumaon. I want to give him the prize.
After Shlok, we have Simar Maniktala. Simar.
Simar, yes. And after Simar, we have Snehal Suhane. Snehal? Yes.
After Snehal, we have Tanisha. Tanisha Bhargav. The last but not least, we have Vachna. Vachna is not among us, but she was also from Indore, so we want Dishi to collect her prize.
On her behalf.
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much to all the young writers for your submissions and for showcasing your creations to us. Okay. Now, as a surprise, we just have a small presentation by Metasky on augmented reality. So I would hand over the stage to the team Metasky. They have something special on augmented reality for us to see. Yes, I would request the team to please go ahead with your activity.
Come please, come this side. Actually, he wants to present, they want to present the augmented reality first. So this is an augmented reality that they want to present. Please come.
Just take any one of it. All right. My name is Prakhar Sharma. I am co-founder of Metasky. I've been into the blockchain space for... Yeah, I'll just very quickly show you how to use it. So the thing is, like when we talk about reality, from a technical standpoint, there are three types of realities. One reality is that what we see around, the reality that we can capture using our phones, right? The second layer of reality, which is called augmented reality, is the one in which along with the things which are in real, we see another information which is out there, right? And the third type of reality is called virtual reality, where you immerse yourself completely into the experience. Like you let go of your current reality and enter into a new world, right? Nowadays, I think there is a lot of news around metaverse, right? So,
in the context of the Bhopal Literature Festival.
yeah. So, in this particular festival, we try to introduce an element of this metaverse as well as augmented reality into it. So the things that you guys are holding in your hand, if you flip it around, you see a QR code, right? This particular QR code will take you to a portal, and once you scan the image, the image on that particular portal, you will see another layer of 3D imaginary on top of it. So what is this? That this particular 2D image is like a kind of a information layer, right? And the second layer, which is augmented in nature, it tells you more and more detail of that particular image itself, right? So that is one thing that we are doing. Another is that QR code that you see on that banner over there, if you scan it, you will get an NFT. So what is NFT? NFT is a non-fungible token, right? So what we are trying to do, all of us who are present over here or who has visited this particular festival in the course of last 3 days, we all have together spent a memory which, in a way, we are not able to repeat again in our lives anytime soon, right? So what we are trying to do in this particular NFT, we have captured all the memories that happened within this particular event, right? So one thing is that you get a free NFT, which is more like a token, and this particular NFT lives on a blockchain. So this essentially means that if the whole internet goes down, but still this particular memory of Bhopal Literature Festival 2022 will still be live. That is one. Second, this particular NFT gives a couple of benefits. One major one being that a chance to participate in the auction of the painting that you guys see over here, right? That is one. Another is that it has a huge catalog of all the information of all the authors that are present in this particular venue, as well as their creative work, which is currently being displayed over here. This also means that whatever the future creative works that any of these authors will produce, will be able to access it using those same NFTs, right? So there are a couple of bunch of other benefits and utilities that are integrated in those NFTs. So yeah, go out and try it out. We will be hanging around in the venue for, I think, a couple of hours more. So anyone can, just hang out and ask any more questions.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that brilliant idea. And we'll try our best to carry it forward. Now, I would like to invite on the dais a renowned author and a person who needs no introduction, the one and only Vikram Sampathji. मैं चाहूँगा आप आएं और हमारे साथ अपने ख्याल साझा करें.
Very good evening to all the distinguished eminences on the dais and in the audience, particularly Raghavji, who's the Sutradhar of this festival. I must say, in addition to being an author, I had an earlier avatar of also being a festival director and a curator of the Bangalore Literature Festival. And I know that organizing a festival of this magnitude is a completely thankless job. Authors, in addition to being, and I'm saying this as an author myself, in addition to being very inspiring beings, are also very egoistic human beings. So to deal with all their tantrums, to deal with all their demands, and also put together a festival of this magnitude is no mean task. And all you get most often is, ये अच्छा नहीं था, वो कुछ ठीक कर सकते थे आप, this could have been better. Very seldom do someone come and actually tell you that you've done a great job. So that's why it's such a thankless job, and at the end of the day, you really begin to have an existential crisis as to why are you doing all this. So to that extent, I've seen this festival grow. This is my second visit to Bhopal for this festival, and compared to what I saw in 2020, the manner in which it has grown just in 2 years, in scale, in the kind of topics covered, it says literature and art. So I see music, folk arts, painting, dance, everything covered in addition to literature. And in India, these It's that famous saying, साहित्य और संगीत के बिना अगर कोई इंसान है तो वो पशु है, और पशु से भी बदतर है, क्योंकि एटलीस्ट पशु के पास सींग होता है और पुच्छ होता है, टेल होता है. ह्यूमन बीइंग विदाउट साहित्य एंड संगीत इज कंसिडर्ड टू बी that pashu, which is worse than actually an animal. So a samagam of all these different forms, to bring them all together is no mean achievement. And I feel a festival that goes by the name of a city. Cities are not just built with hard infrastructure. The flyovers, the roads, all the other hard infrastructure are undoubtedly a very important component of a city, but the soft infrastructure, the manner in which people come together to celebrate their existence, their lives, those spaces are what bring cities alive. And Bhopal Literature Festival, which goes by the name of this wonderful city, I think has given back to this city what it truly deserves, an art-loving, a literature-loving city. Complete credit to Raghavji and his entire team. I was telling him that there are many festivals in India. I think the number of literature festivals in India go to some 80 plus or so. Har jagah pe, it started with the famed Jaipur Lit Fest, and now every small town, city, it's good for writers like us that there are so many avenues. I hope it also translates to sales and people actually reading the books, and literature just doesn't become a performance where people come and see writers in action. Imagine, there was a time when R.K. Narayan and others were writers. They probably, we would have read all their books, but we would have never seen them on stage talking so much. Now you'd probably never read a person, but you would have seen that person talk. So I hope most of these literature festivals actually translate to that kind of a motivation, and this unique initiative which Raghavji and the team have come out of, bringing young minds, and this is the future of literature, to actually catch them while they're young and to inspire them. You don't know where these hidden gems come from. Now, among this plethora of literature festivals, that personal connect somehow goes away. But in this case, for the last 2 months, we've been on a WhatsApp group where all of us writers too have been interacting with each other. We've formed a community of our own, and I'm sure, Raghavji, we'll all go back, all of us who are participants in this festival, as a family who's been greatly enriched by this experience of being part of this, and to all the audience who was a part of this unique initiative. As I said, a thankless initiative which most people take, but then it is something that he has dared to catch the bull by its horns. I only wish that this festival grows from strength to strength, and soon it becomes it's almost there already, but it becomes the numero uno festival of the country. All of us can look forward to. Thank you so much.
So since Vikramji has congratulated Raghav Chandraji and his team, and since we have written a book on Savarkar, I would like also to, most of them may be knowing or not, but Savarkar himself was elected to the Marathi Sahitya Sammelan in 1938, and we are organizing the Litfest for last 20-25 years, but Marathi Sahitya Sammelans have been taking place for 100 years. This is the 100th. So Savarkar ji was elected as the Marathi Sahitya Sammelan president in 1938, so that was his literature contribution to literature. And now may I request all of you to give a standing ovation to Raghav Chandra, who has been the spirit behind this festival. It is not only execution, but the very idea of putting Bhopal on the national scales, and we are all indebted to him. So congratulations to him. Over to Miraji.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And just please wait for 2 minutes before please settle down. Settle down. Yes, we have 2 minutes to go. And before I invite Meera Das ji here, सभी लेखकों के लिए बस 2 पंक्तियां पेश करना चाहूंगा. उस शहर में कितने चेहरे थे, कुछ याद नहीं सब भूल गए. उस शहर में कितने चेहरे थे, कुछ याद नहीं सब भूल गए. एक शख्स किताबों जैसा था, वो मुंह ज़बानी याद हुआ. मुझे उम्मीद है सभी लेखक, सभी कलाकार आपको मुंह ज़बानी याद हुए. And this was all from Bhopal Literature and Art Festival. Thank you so much to all the gentlemen, and especially to Raghav sir. I now invite Meera Das ji to propose the vote of thanks.
Art and literature has been the bane of India and has been identified as such since the very beginning of our civilization. Even when the written words were yet to be penned, the art of painting and the recitation of literature was taking place. Music was literature. The aesthetic flowed from one to the other medium. I thank the unconditional support provided by the government of Madhya Pradesh in carrying forward the objective of the Society for Environment and Culture and Environment in holding the BLF to achieve our aim at the revival of an environment of expression that is both cultural and civilizational. The support from the people of Bhopal has been, although unsurprising, has been overwhelming, and I thank them for it and hope to have their continued support in future. The authors who gave us delightful, thought-provoking subjects to ponder have left us enriched by their presence, for which I am very thankful, and on behalf of the society would like to thank them again. The discussants, not to forget, the authors, the discussants brought out the best from the authors and made each session a most enjoyable and fruitful experience. This was not possible, this would not have been possible without the back office support headed by Sulakshana ji, which enabled us to hold the festival smoothly. We are fortunate to have put the burden of our organizing smoothly this function on her shoulders. I am also thankful to D.K. Mehta ji for his making of infrastructure embellishment and providing us comfort for those attending the function. I am thankful for our sponsors, mainly MP Tourism, Systec, Consult, FIFS, Coal India, Indian Oil, Vardhaman, Dainik Bhaskar, Manjul Publishing, and particularly Ratan Lal Foundation, which has been awarding the Best Authors Award, which people look forward to. We are grateful to Mr. Rajiv Mishra ji for adding value to the festival by holding poetry competition that generated a lot of interest amongst the youth. I thank Meta Sky and Air Group in getting the society to have Bhaju Shyamji and Deepa ji in getting to paint on site that was relayed online and on digital media for NFT and digital auction. I would like to thank Swad for I would like to thank Swad for keeping us well-fed and well-hydrated all the while that we were here. I thank Mr. Ravindra Soniji for the media interface and the media for its support and presence. I would also like to thank Bharat Bhavan and its staff for putting in efforts to give Bharat Bhavan a bright and happy environment in which we could hold the festival.
Let's give a big hand to Bharat Bhavan.
A big thanks go to Mr. Prabhat Tiwari, who and his team welcomed all the authors and discussants at the airport. Thank volunteers for their presence and support. I would...
Please come, volunteers.
All the volunteers, please come here, along with the anchors. And Meeraji, the anchors.
And the anchors, yes. Just coming to that. Go. Come on. Quick. A photo.
Sulakshana ma'am, for bearing with us.
Thank you. I would like to thank Mr. Praveen Dubey and Sandeep Verma for the website and live streaming of the program. For the photography, I would like to thank Aditya Chaurasia ji and Govind Chaurasia ji.
आदित्य चौरसिया जी and
For-
डिजिटल टीम, आप लोग सामने आ जाइए, जल्दी से एक फोटो आपकी हो जाए। फोटोग्राफर्स की फोटो हो जाए।
Praveen Dubey and team, please.
जल्दी आ जाओ बच्चे।
Praveen Dubey?
राजीव?
Pradeep Dubey? Yeah? Oh, okay.
No, they'll take you
And
from here. राजीव आप क्यों नहीं आ रहे?
राजीव से
You are a prime asset. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everyone. I would like to thank the members of the society who took our time and came to Bhopal. They bring joy and intellectual stimulation to the people of Bhopal. I would like to thank Khandekar ji, Sanjay Gupta ji, Meenakshi Dua ji, and Reema ji, who's not here, for being here in Bhopal with us for this occasion. A particular thank to Mr. Raghav Chandra ji for conceptualizing and micromanaging the things of the Kumbh Mela of Literature.
और मेहता जी को मैं स्टेज पे बुलाना चाह रहा हूँ। मेहता जी कहाँ हैं? मेहता जी आइए।
I thank him though.
One photo with Netaji and this thing, he deserves a big hand for excellent logistics.
I would like to thank all of those who contributed by coming here and in any way that you have contributed, and I have not mentioned you, but we are extremely grateful for all of them. Thank you very much.
And a big thank you to Meera ji for being a great support to all of us. 3 cheers for BLF. Hip hip. Hip hip. Hip hip. Hooray! आ जाओ सारे।